Hey, just to let you know what we have going on, if you're curious, and also welcome. We're pulling a piece of cane, which will eventually be cut up into smaller sections and then used to create striping in the piece, which today we're seeing these large-scale beads made, kind of like what you see on the front table here. And these ones already do have some striping in them on the cart right here, so this is a really good example. Yeah, this one's going to be mostly clear. It's going to have these really light pink stripes. And the person who designed these pieces of glass, her name's Wendy Red Star. She's up in the front here in the blue shirt. If you guys are curious what we're going to be working on, we're going to be making a transparent clear bead with some really light pink striping, just kind of straight stripes around the entire outside of the bead. Yeah, feel free to stick around, just kind of sit wherever you like. We're getting started mostly over on the left bench, which we have a view of up on the screen. And of course, up in the front, this is our visiting artist in the blue shirt. Her name is Wendy Red Star. And she's brought in all of these beads that she made over at Pilchuck, a glass school about 2 hours north. And these are some that we've made over the past few days or so. This is an entire week-long residency, so she's been here since Wednesday. But this is the last day of the residency. We're trying to finish as much as we can. And yeah, we should see about 4 bead varieties today. That's the goal. All these beads are based off of in a study of early trade beads used by explorers in exchange with native people. So some of these beads, specifically one of them that we're going to see today is called the Lewis and Clark bead. And it has all sorts of colors and patterns on it. It's really interesting. So on the screen, we can see that they're working with 2 pieces of glass. This one that is at the bench is solid color through and through. We're sectioning that off, so we're only going to use a little bit of that color. by dropping it on top of the clear bubble, now in Sarah's hand. And this color will be spread evenly over the top of the clear bubble and kind of cover it completely, creating a smooth, even layer of color across the piece. And I'll compare this to some of the beads that we have down here. For example, the ones that have a solid black or solid blue color, they're not colored all throughout. It's just a layer of color, usually sandwiched between layers of clear glass. Yeah, let me know if you guys ever have any questions, by the way. So since you guys have come in here, we haven't used this tank yet. This is where we're getting all of our molten clear glass. So we start our projects here and we build up some more mass by getting even more layers of clear over top of what we have. And this glass is much like the texture of honey. It's sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And that tank actually stays on 24/7, so it's always the same texture and temperature throughout. Meanwhile, all the other equipment usually we do turn off when we're done and then turn back on when we get started again. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop, you two. I want to point out before I go too far that I have closed captioning on the screen, and we have cameras that follow the artist around, so you can sit wherever you like. Now today we have a visiting artist. Her name is Wendy Redstar, and she is the one in the blue shirt over on the right side of the hot shop. Your guys is right. Everyone else is working for the Museum of Glass, supporting Wendy in creating these large-scale beads, which you could see on the front table closest to you guys, as well as some beads here on the cart. These ones were made over the last 4 days since Wednesday. And the ones on the table here were made at Pilchuck because our visiting artist just had a residency there and came down here to continue the series at the museum. And the bead that we're going to be seeing next is going to be mostly transparent, but it's going to have these small stripes of pink, creating straight stripes of color on the surface of the bead. And we already pulled this piece of cane before you guys came in, but this long piece of color is going to be chopped up into kind of pencil-length pieces of glass. And I'll just kind of follow the artist along as they continue on in the process, but feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. Just grab my attention and I'll come right over. So I think it's usually about 4 beads a day, and we have about 6 hours of working time a day, so maybe 1.5 hours per bead. So the color actually starts in multiple ways depending on the bead, but for this bead in particular, we're using something called color bar, which are these solid pieces of color. And we'll just take segments of them and melt it down and then use it. For example, we used it in the center of this rod, so it's just solid color in the center, a little bit of clear on the outside. And this bubble that we have over here is more like clear color and then clear again. So it's a layer of color in the walls of the piece. Yeah, exactly. And the different colors, if you're curious, they come from metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass. And that's something we don't do. We just kind of get it shipped in that form, and then we work with it. Yeah, probably. I think so, yeah. Yeah, classic windows like rondelles, for example, those circular windows, those had to be hand blown. And on top of that, the color compounds usually stay the same. A lot of hot shops across history and also now use a soft glass or a soda lime glass. So we've blown this bubble out. You can see right through it. It's just this really light, transparent pink color. And we're going to attach another pipe to the end of the bubble and break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. And what we'll do is we'll open this bubble up into a cup shape. And don't worry if the process is maybe a little confusing when I explain it, because you'll see it play out in front of you. But what we're going to do is we're going to turn this into a cup, and we will stuff that cup with even more glass inside. Yeah, feel free to take a seat wherever you like. Right now we're focusing mostly on the left bench, which we can see up on the screen. So I want to point out again, we have visiting artist Wendy Redstar, and she's up in the front in the blue shirt, closest to the right side of the hot shop. Everyone else you'll see working on the hot shop floor, they're working for the museum, and their job is to help the visiting artists that come through in making these pieces they've designed. In the pieces that we're going to see today, we should see 4 different designs of these large-scale beads made, which you guys have these pretty close to you in the front. We also have this entire table of beads right here. These ones were made over at Pilchuck, which is a glass school about 2 hours north. And right now we're just using a pipe cooler over there, so you're not missing too much. It's just a trough of water. Yeah, you'll see, well, actually, you're seeing it in front of you already, but we have 2 of the glory holes lit today, which are those reheating furnaces that we're using to make the glass malleable again. And we have 2 benches set up. We're working on 2 different components of the same bead at the same time. Eventually, these will be attached together and turn into just one piece. So that's why it's important to have multiple of those benches lit up. And we're now starting to break this cane up into shorter segments. This is something we created just before you guys came in. Basically just these rods of colored glass. And we'll pick those up on the outside of the piece to create striping. And this one is a really good example of how that striping turns out. You're asking about this, right? Oh, I'm just saying they're cutting up the cane into shorter segments. And once again, that's going to create the striping like you see on this piece here. Yeah, I know it might be a little hard to see from where you're sitting. Just a couple of examples. Yeah, this one specifically, those really straight stripes. These ones were made using more of a ribbon of glass. It was a larger piece of glass that they brought over and kind of pushed onto the surface. So up on the screen, we have finished the cup. For the most part, we'll just keep this piece of glass warm while Ben is preparing the bubble that will be stuffed inside of the cup. And once again, what this does is it makes the color appear on the surface of the piece, and it makes the piece appear to be all made out of colored glass. Instead of having layer upon layer of clear, you could actually see that layer of separation. And once again, the molten clear glass, when we take it out of the furnace, that tank with the closed door, is sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So when he's bringing it out, if you were to stop turning, that glass would just start to drip like a fluid onto the floor. So next, this clear bubble has been shaped to a little bit of a longer tapered shape. And this helps it drop and fit more smoothly inside of the cup. It's really satisfying when they bring these pieces together. You should see it pretty soon. We'll break that cup off of the pipe, set it upright, the opening facing towards the sky, and then we'll just drop that bubble inside. So we've gathered one more layer. And just to point out, anything that goes inside of that bucket is all clear glass, and eventually it'll be crushed up and thrown back into the furnace to be reused, which is very nice. So now that cup is broken off of the pipe, just a little tap, and set upright in a heated ring. And then we let that bubble stretch and touch the bottom of the cup first, and then as Ben pushes down, this fills up the inside of the cup. And so just like that, we have connected our two pieces of glass together. It's very satisfying, isn't it? Hey, welcome in, guys. So we have visiting artist Wendy Redstar, and she's the one in the blue shirt up in the front. Everyone else you see throughout the hot shop, they're working here as the resident hot shop team, and they help visiting artists that come through, like this week. And we are seeing them make another of these large-scale beads. This one is going to be different than actually any of these ones that you see. This one is going to have a mostly transparent color. It's going to have a very light pink color. And then we're also going to have stripes of light pink and opaque light pink across the surface to create these really straight lines. So think kind of like this one, transparent background, and I think it's going to be more of a squat and wide shape like these guys. And all of these beads are being brought forward and are kind of a study of early trade beads by explorers in exchange with Native people. That's the idea behind this series right here. And the pieces will be displayed alongside each other, but not necessarily strung together like some people might imagine. It's going to be displayed almost like you're looking at a catalog, like they're in their own individual little boxes. So just before you guys came in, we did the prep work for kind of the overall bead itself. So this is mostly clear glass that you're looking at, but we have a really thin layer of transparent pink over the surface. So when we blow this out, we're just going to have a really light pink color overall. And on the screen, you can see in the background the left bench. And at the left bench, they're laying out those pieces of cane right now, which are essentially sticks of colored glass. And they'll roll the bubble over top of them to pick them up. So molds are used in the hot shop. There are various kinds of molds. There are molds that are just used for more so texture, and then you continue to blow it out by hand through the rest of the process. Then there are molds that you fully blow into, and you have the overall shape, and you just blow it or knock it off. And then the horses specifically, those are made by hand. They start with literally just a fresh glob of molten glass on the end of their pipe, and then they just pick it out, little bit by little bit, starting with the face. It's really interesting. They do it really quickly too. I think it's done in like 30 to 45 seconds or so. Because they just use the residual heat. They just get the fresh glass and then they make it, and that's it. They don't reheat the glass, nothing. So we've just picked up our cane, and for those who just joined in, the long stripes of color that you see on the bubble up on the screen, those are coming from basically these sticks of colored glass that we've laid out and heated up and then just rolled the bubble over top of to pick them up. So now we have a mostly clear bubble of glass. We have a thin layer of transparent pink, and then we have those stripes of light opaque pink. And all together, we're going to have a really nice large-scale pink themed bead, which, once again, I want to point out for those who just joined in, all of these beads were made up at Pilchuck, a glass school about 2 hours north of us, by our visiting artist, Wendy Red Star. And she's the one in the blue shirt over on the right over there. Everyone else is working as assistants, and they work here full-time, just helping visiting artists in the hot shop. So now we get to watch how they turn this into a bead. I think these ones are going to have a little bit of a squatter and wider shape, like some of these round beads here, versus, you know, the barrel bead shapes. But we shall see. So first things first, the pattern is kind of flattened and smoothed out using the marver, this large metal table. So surprisingly, the stainless steel rods are not very hot. The heat will travel to a certain point, and we just avoid grabbing that area. It's usually discolored from how many times it's been heated as well. But yeah, the heat only travels maybe about this far down. So just to talk about the different kinds of heat we'll be using, this fluffy torch we use to heat up sections of the glass at a time. We use it, well, we keep it constantly lit just to make sure it's easy to grab and use at any point. Otherwise, we have to turn off and then back on the gas. Meanwhile, these large open face furnaces, these glory holes, reheating furnaces, they are used to heat up the glass and make it malleable again. And they do run about similar temperatures, 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And now we're using the jacks, which are these two metal blades, to kind of carve and squeeze down off the end of the pipe. That's where we're going to break our bead off later on once we have the overall shape. And as you may know, beads are open-ended on either end. They're hollow all the way through. So we are starting with a bubble that is closed on one and open on the other. So we're going to have to open both of these ends up. Yeah, you can always ask me any questions that you might have. So earlier, before you guys came in, we started with some solid color, like you're seeing on the table here, color bar. And we got a little bit of clear glass over it, and then we eventually stretched it out over these wooden ladders on the floor. And then we cut it up into these kind of pencil length segments, like you see here. And this is called cane. And then we just took all of those pieces of cane and laid them out side by side. And then eventually we rolled the bubble over top, which picked up all of those stripes on the outside. It's a really kind of a long process, but once we get it, then we have those nice straight stripes, and there's not really another way to get those. So there's a few different ways to get a matte finish. Usually the most common way is by sandblasting the glass, but there's also acid etching, and then you can also use various buffing wheels and sanding tools to kind of etch at the surface of the glass. And for example, ooh, it's moved. Okay, so this long kind of pink horn-shaped piece of glass that's on the metal table there, and then this white one here. These ones have a ton of cold working done on them. Cold working is working with the glass cold, of course, but you grind and cut and polish at the glass using a lot of diamond grit and equipment that looks a lot like woodworking equipment, just water running continuously, so there's no powdered glass. Yeah, I wish we had a camera in our cold shop because it's really cool to watch what they do back there. It's very different than what you see out here. So this bubble is being sectioned off. And the way that Ben is cinching down, he's not cinching down all the way, so air can still flow into that smaller section. And when he breaks off that smaller section, that reveals an opening left over into the larger, or the bead section of our piece. And now the idea is to break this section off using a combination of thermal shock and also just hitting that piece of glass off. Yeah, the inside is still quite warm, so it's kind of gooey inside and holding on to that piece of glass. And by the way, even when the glass looks cold or solid like this, it's still sitting at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, yeah, totally. That's how some people get into it. And each artist has their own kind of personal story about how they got into glass. But yeah, some of them, they go to college and they take an elective class of glass blowing. They just happen to have it. And then they get hooked. Or, you know, maybe they know someone who does glass blowing and they help out every once in a while. Or they start doing kind of the work in the middle of the night that no one wants to do. And then they work their way up in the studio and learn how to blow glass. It's a few different ways to get into it. And for those who recently joined in, I just wanted to point out once again we have visiting artist Wendy Redstar, and she is the one in the blue shirt on the hot shop floor. Everyone else around her is our resident hot shop team. They're kind of supporting her in creating this work that she's designed, which of course are these large scale beads. We have a ton of these laid out throughout the front of the hot shop on these tables and also on this cart in the front. So you're welcome to come down and take a closer look if anyone wants to. We also have a bunch of kind of historical beads as well as some replica beads, actual, standard size beads based off of, once again, early trade beads used by explorers in exchange with native people. And that's what all of these beads are based off of. And we have a huge variety already. It's almost like every single bead is independently unique. We don't have a ton of copies or multiples of these beads. And these beads will be displayed side by side, but they will not be actually strung together or anything of the sort. They'll be more so displayed almost like you're looking at a catalog. They'll be side by side in their own individual little boxes. So we finished one side of the bead, and now we have to work on the other side. To be able to do that, we have to attach a pipe to somewhere on the piece and break the piece entirely off of the pipe that it was built on, aka this pipe. And the way that it's been done for the beads, if you look at all of these various beads, we have a little bit of clear glass kind of connected to some of the openings, whether it's a small connection like these or a much larger connection like these donut-shaped beads. And this is where they bring over that pipe and attach it. So they attach it on the end that's already finished. And this is all ground and cut and polished off later on, by the way, in the cold working shop. Yeah, so cold working, we don't have a camera for this shop or anything, sadly, but it's a lot like different woodworking tools. There's big disc sanders, there's a belt sander, there's grinding tools where you just kind of hold up the piece of glass and push it into the grinder. The only difference is there's a lot of diamond grit, and there's also a lot of water running over the tools and over the glass, so that way you're not creating any powdered glass, which is dangerous to inhale. And so, yeah, we use cold working on a ton of different pieces of glass, and that's a process that isn't seen. It's kind of done behind the scenes. So we've just attached that pipe, and a divot is created in that connection as well, just making it easier to break this pipe off when we're completely done. And then the piece of glass is broken off with just a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe. So now they can start working on the other end of the piece. What's tricky is making the piece so symmetrical. So they've actually taken a measurement of the size of the opening that they've just covered up. And they'll be able to just double check as they go along. Yeah, for those who joined in, welcome back into the hot shop. We have gotten much further at this point. We're finishing off the second half of the bead, just finishing off the second half of the shape And once again, the goal is to finish about 4 beads today, or 4 different designs, I heard. And I was shown the different designs. This is the first one. Then we're also going to see a Lewis and Clark bead, which has 2 different design elements across the surface. It's really interesting. There's like this spiral of colors going and kind of twisting around the bead. And then there's also a design where they feathered separate small bits of color. You'll see the whole thing play out. I do have these sheets of paper kind of showing off the different designs of the different beads, so if anyone comes closer, then I could show you some of those designs a little bit easier. So to finish off this second end, we're going to start by getting rid of some excess glass or some extra glass. So we're stretching the glass out using the tweezers. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. We're just finishing off the second half of this bead. This is an oversized bead that we're making in the hot shop. We have a ton of examples of beads that we've made over the last 4 days on this cart right here. And then we also have some examples of some beads on the front table right here. These were made at Pilchuck Glass School, about 2 hours north of us. Our visiting artist, Wendy, she had a residency at Pilchuck for a little while where she made all of these beads and then has come down to the museum to finish or continue the series here at the museum. And our visiting artist is up in the front in the blue shirt on the stool. Everyone else is working as assistants. They're actually our resident hot shop team. They work here full time. And they'll help visiting artists that come through among many other projects. They'll have a ton of experience, by the way, between 20 and a little over 30 years of experience at this point. And after breaking off that extra piece of glass, we can go and start opening this up to its full size. Once again, we're just trying to match the same size of the opening on the first side of the bead we created. And to start shaping the side of the bead, kind of taper it a little bit, we're using a graphite paddle. So same material as pencil lead, we're just kind of pushing that glass in on itself, creating more of a barrel shape. And I know a ton of new people just joined in, so first of all, welcome into the hot shop. And second of all, we have visiting artist Wendy Red Star, and she's up in the front in the blue shirt on the stool right here, kind of overseeing the project as it goes on. And the people who are working on this piece of glass are our resident hot shop team. They'll help visiting artists that come through like today. Which, speaking of it, Wendy is going to have an artist talk at about 1 p.m. whenever we go on our lunch break. And this is when the artist talks about their artwork and about themselves as an artist, kind of gives some background to everything going on. A lot better than I can anyways. But the pieces that we're working on are these oversized beads on both the front table here and also this cart right here. So everything on this cart is what we've been working on in our hot shop. Everything over here was made at a glass school about 2 hours north called Pilchuck. Our visiting artist had a residency there, came down here to continue this series. And this series is based off of early trade beads used by explorers in exchange with native people. We will even see some Lewis and Clark beads specifically today, and that design is really intricate. It has 2 different patterns on the surface of the bead, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. And just to point out, the colors of this bead are relatively accurate to what you're seeing. It's probably a little bit warm, creating an orange glow, but it's going to have a light pink color overall with these really light pink opaque stripes on the surface of the piece. Yeah, so the artist is going to display them side by side, but they're not going to be together, like strung together or anything. Best way to describe the way that she explained it to me is it's almost like a catalog of beads, like they're in their individual little boxes, and you would choose like, oh, is it column C and then row 7 or something, and then you would be able to order multiples of that bead, except you're not actually ordering, you're just looking at the catalog on the wall. That's the best way to describe it. So it's looking like they've finished this bead and are getting ready to break it off and put it away. You can always tell because you'll get somebody suited up with these Kevlar gloves and this big face shield, protecting their hands and their face from the heat as they put this piece away. And it looks like we'll be putting it away in the right annealer, that large black box over on the right wall. So there is radiant heat coming off of the piece, but you really only have to worry about a certain radius. So their faces are fine when they're just sitting at the bench. Their hands might feel a little bit of heat, which is why we use those wooden paddles to shield their hands. But yeah, that's really... it's not producing that much heat. So we're applying some water to that connection. Once again, cracking that connection enough for it to pop off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing our first bead of the day. Thank you, everyone. So this box is sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, which is why we needed to get suited up. We're quite literally just leaning into the back of that box. And that piece is going to sit at that temperature all day. We'll continuously fill up the box and then press a button to slowly cool everything in the annealing cycle, which is slow enough to prevent thermal shock. And up on the screen, we see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. This will be good to show off. I don't think I've shown it off to any of you guys yet today, but this is just some previous works and some process photos. I'm not sure why the slide isn't moving, but it will eventually. And then once again, these are some really good examples here, of course. So these are pieces that we've already finished. Really good idea of the end products. And once again, we should see about 3 more different designs made in the hot shop today. Well, it depends because these pieces aren't really about size, but more so about the detail and the shape. These pieces are each taking, from what I've seen, about an hour and a half. The one that we just finished was more so just an hour, so it does depend on the pattern specifically. But yeah, we usually can finish about 4 or 5 beads in a day. And once again, for anyone recently joining in, welcome into the hot shop. Ton of new people coming in. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. I wanted to share once again the slideshow we've had going on the screen. This is our visiting artist previously made artwork. And our visiting artist is Wendy Red Star. And she is up in the front in the blue shirt, just to point her out to you all specifically. Everyone else is working basically as assistants today, or kind of just bringing the pieces together with her visions. And Wendy is visiting from Portland, Oregon, where she lives and works. And she's part of the Upsalaga or Crow tribe. And specifically, all of these beads, they do have kind of a greater purpose. They are the study of early trade beads used by explorers in exchange with native people. And if anyone would like to take a closer look at these beads, you're welcome to come down to the front. But that slideshow should help. A lot of those beads in the slideshow were down here on the table. And we're getting started on the next one already. So it's looking like we will see one more of those pink beads. And I know that a lot of you guys who just joined in haven't had a chance to see that one yet, so I'll describe. It's a very light, transparent pink over the entire surface of the bead. And then we also have these light pink opaque stripes across the surface of the bead as well. And those stripes just stick straight from one end to the other of the bead. So this is the light pink transparent color that will be across the surface of the piece. We've melted that down and dropped it on top of a clear bubble. And this will be pushed back and spread over top of that clear, covering it up and making the piece appear to be all made from color, even though it's really just a thin layer of color. So this is how all of our projects begin. This is how we get the smooth surface of the black or the blue. This cup is a good example. Just a really smooth, even layer of color across the piece. So we're using the marver, this metal table, to push that color back by slowly changing our angle as we roll across. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. We're going to be working on another large-scale bead. This one is going to have a light transparent pink across the surface and then these really light opaque pink stripes from one end to the other of the bead. And we're looking for more of a squat barrel bead shape, so it's going to be almost square if you're looking at kind of the profile of it. But of course it's still a round bead. Now we are just getting started with our first layer of color, and then we have just gotten more clear glass. If you haven't seen us use this tank, this is a really good opportunity to show off what it is. So that tank with the closed door holds a pool of molten glass inside of a giant ceramic crucible, sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the glass is very much the texture of honey when we first come out of there, so we can really push it around and work with it, or we can actually drip some of it off if we only want a little bit of clear. Just a couple of examples. And this glass that we see them working with is eventually going to be turned into a cup with a rounded bottom, much like the shape of the cup that I have here in my hand, just much bigger, of course. And we're going to be stuffing this cup with even more glass, fill it up, and then that basically makes the color appear on the surface of the piece instead of having layer after layer of clear on top of the color, which you can see a layer of separation when we do such a thing. So Sarah's used gravity to shape the glass, hanging the bubble down towards the floor, stretching it out. And we're also using this pad quite a bit. This is actually folded up newspaper that we've soaked or splashed with some water. That's all that material is. This is as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. The papers conform to our hand, and then the glass will conform to the papers. So once again, welcome to those who have joined us in the hot shop. We are seeing our visiting artist in here, Wendy Red Star. She's the one with the blue shirt in the front, and she's the one who's designed all these beads that we're seeing today in the hot shop. These are the ones that we've specifically made in the hot shop up in the front here on this cart over the past 4 days or so. And then the ones on the front table here were made at Pilchuck, a glass school about 2 hours north. So she started up there, had a residency, came down here to continue the work. And we are onto our second of this specific design, which is going to have a light pink surface of transparent pink. And then these light stripes of opaque pink from one side to the other of the bead. And it's really fun to watch this process, getting all of these layers of colors and patterns. Feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have just by grabbing my attention, and I'll come right over. So I don't believe this piece has a specific location yet, but I know our artist wants to display the beads together, kind of side by side. And the way that I've been describing it today is it's almost like a catalog. So you'll have the beads side by side in almost individual little boxes on a large paper, very large paper. And you would be looking at this catalog, and you could choose based off of the column and the row the specific beads that you would want to order, but you're not actually ordering, I've been pointing out, just so nobody gets any ideas. But it's more so like you're looking at a catalog. Yeah. And now we're getting started on a second piece of glass. So at the center bench, Ben is working with clear glass only. This is what's going to be stuffed inside of our cup that we're making over on the left bench, which once again is going to have this sort of round bottom shape like the one I'm holding here. And the process we just saw, we attached a pipe to the bottom of the piece, completely broke it off of its original pipe, is just to flip the orientation of the piece. So now we can start to open it up and get those straight walls. And just to point out again, I do have closed captioning on the screen, and the cameras will follow the movement of the artist and usually kind of follow what I'm talking about, which we are focusing mostly on the left bench at the moment where we're making this cup of colored glass. But eventually these two pieces of glass will come together. So we've heated this up enough to start opening that cup up using the jacks, those two metal blades, on the inside of the piece. Honestly, it's not a ton of glass. This is maybe upwards of 7 to 10 pounds. I could be wrong, but I think that that should be a pretty good estimate. These are pretty hollow, making them a little bit lighter than if they were solid glass through and through. And the leverage of the glass being all the way on that opposite end of the pipe makes them feel heavier than they are. So if we're working with a piece that's like 20 pounds, you could see them starting to really put some weight into it. So this bubble at the center bench has been shaped with the papers into a bit more of a longer tapered shape. This is the shape that they always go for before they stuff it inside of the cup. They want it to stretch and touch the bottom of the cup, and then they can slowly push it down as it fills up the cup entirely. And up on the screen, you can see we've pretty much finished the shape of that cup. We just want to make sure all those walls are straight. So we're gathering one more layer of clear. And the excess glass is stripped off into a bucket. Anything that goes inside of that bucket specifically is clear glass only. And that clear glass can be reused. We crush it up and throw it back into the furnace usually to just melt it down again. So this is all the glass we need to fit inside of that cup, which we'll see them break off the end of the pipe and then set up right inside of a ring mold. I guess just a heated ring in general. And could we try to get a little bit of a different view of this? Yeah, perfect. So we have a really good view of this up on the screen for those who can't see it on the floor. Once again, this bubble is dropped down, touching the bottom of the cup first, and then as Ben pushes, this is filling the cup slowly up. So just like that, we have attached our two pieces of glass. So we now have that really thin, light layer of transparent pink over the surface of our bubble. And I know when we start working with this even more especially, it's going to look orange, but as it cools down, it'll change back into that pink color, especially towards the end of the process. So now that we have our cup, we're rolling it on the marver, this large metal table. It's just large, thick slab of stainless steel. And we are shaping the glass, trying to push that cup to contour to the side of the bubble. And this is the time when we start preparing the patterning for our bubble as well. So over on the left bench in the background, And you can also hear the clinking of glass in the distance. We're preparing the cane, which are, once again, these sticks of colored glass, a very light opaque pink. We'll lay these out on a tray, side by side by side, and then eventually we'll bring this entire bubble of color over and roll it over top to pick up that striping. Oh yeah, just to point out, if anyone's looking for a different view of the process, you can actually go all the way up and around to kind of the back of the hot shop. It's a completely different perspective, and you can actually feel a little bit of heat rising from the furnaces. Yeah, so somebody asked me about radiant heat earlier, and I wanted to point out this is why we use those wooden paddles. We shield the artist's hand and arm from that radiant heat coming off of the piece. So once again, at the center bench, Ben is keeping this bubble nice and warm. Probably kind of tacky and moving a little bit like a putty or a taffy. And at the same time, Sarah over on the left bench has been preheating that cane. We want the cane to be probably a little bit over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or just hovering around there, to be able to stick to the outside of the bubble. And this happens really quickly. Once again, we just place that bubble down and roll it over top of the cane to pick them up. And just like that, we now have our striping across the bubble. And we roll this on the marver to conform the cane to the side of the bubble. And eventually this will be blown out a little bit, but since these are supposed to be beads, we do want the walls a little bit thicker than other blown pieces that we would usually make. So we leave the walls pretty thick, making the pieces heavy. And I think there are quite a few new people in general. So first of all, welcome into the hot shop. Hi. And second of all, we have a visiting artist down here today, and her name is Wendy Redstar. She's the one in the front in the blue shirt. Everyone else is our resident hot shop team. They'll help visiting artists that come through, like this week, kind of bring their visions and their art to life in the hot shop. And these are all really experienced artists. They've all been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years individually. So they make everything look really easy, but trust me, it's not. Now, we are seeing some oversized beads made in the hot shop. These are some really good examples here on the front table. These were made at a glass school about 2 hours north of us. Wendy was just up there at a residency. And she came down here to continue this series, which we're seeing the continuation on this cart right here, as well as some pieces that we've just finished today inside of the annealer on the right wall, and pieces that were finished yesterday over on the left wall, actually. I don't think those have come out yet, but we'll see them eventually. Now, this bead that we are working on is a little different from all of these previous ones. So far, we've been working with opaque colors across the surface, but this bead is mostly transparent. It has a very light transparent pink color overall, and then light opaque pink stripes of color across the glass. And you guys came in at a good time because we're just about to shape this and turn it into our bead. So right away after applying all of that heat, Ben is starting on the jack line. The jack line is a divot off the end of the pipe that we break the entire piece off from later on. And hanging the glass down towards the floor like that is stretching it out, kind of shaping the glass using gravity. So all of the furnaces, all the equipment along the back wall, they're running off of natural gas. That's just kind of being constantly pushed or pumped into the crucibles, or, you know, giant furnace. Like a giant swirling ball of fire. That's the way I always describe it as. So each of those, they should be running about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, those large open face ones. In the glass, when it's completely molten at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, like inside of the glass furnace, that tank with the closed door, that is sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, once again, and it's kind of the texture of honey. And I think you guys came in after we started using that tank, and that's why I was pointing it out, but that's where we start our projects. That's where we get all of the clear molten glass to begin with. And because this is a bead, it needs to be open-ended on both sides. So we are going to section off the end of this bubble and eventually break this small section off, which is going to reveal an opening into that larger remaining section. Now we have been using that nozzle on and off, so I'll point out real quick, this is just blowing compressed air. And it's like blowing on a hot piece of food. We're just trying to cool the glass down faster than if we were to leave it alone. And then this end piece is simply knocked off. That's where all those scrap pieces on the ground have come from throughout the day today. Yeah, so the insides of these are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I know, pretty toasty. And the glass is completely warm, or I guess I should say molten, at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we don't usually work with it that hot, by the way. We work with it more of at like a taffy or putty stage. When it's completely molten, it can be kind of uncontrollable and it moves like honey. So if we stop turning, then it will actually drip onto the floor. And now that we've heated up the front of our piece again, Ben is slowly widening the opening, and eventually this will be shaped and pushed in on itself to create a barrel-like shape for this bead. And I wanted to give another little introduction as to who we have here and what we have going on for any newcomers. So once again, we have visiting artist Wendy Red Star up in the front in the blue shirt. And everyone else is our resident hot shop team helping Wendy create these large-scale beads, kind of bringing her visions to life. And Wendy just had a residency over at Pilchuck, a glass school 2 hours north of us, Stanwood, Washington, and made all of these beads on the front table here. And so we're just continuing this series at the Museum of Glass. These are some of the beads we've made so far on this cart, but we also have some inside of the box on the left wall from yesterday, and then we also have some inside of the box on the right wall that we made today. And Wendy's hoping that we will see 4 different designs today. So far we've been making these light pink beads like you're seeing here. And could we have Wendy's slideshow up on the screen, please? Can we have Wendy's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So if you guys haven't seen this already, I wanted to point out this slideshow going by. This will show off some of Wendy's previously made work as some inspiration photos, such as those historical beads themselves. And speaking of those beads, these are, well, she's actually brought some physical examples of these historical beads in, but this is all based off of early trade beads used by explorers in exchange with native people. And some of these have really fun, specific explanations as to why they were created or how they were created. A lot of them are, or all of them are, Venetian beads. So they were made in Venice and kind of passed hand through hand. And Wendy's visiting from Portland, Oregon. She's part of the Apsalaga tribe or Crow tribe. So she's bringing that into her art. And Wendy is going to have an artist talk at about 1 p.m. where she'll talk about her art and herself as an artist. So feel free to come back or stick around for that talk. Thank you. So we finished the first half of the bead, this section furthest away from the pipe. We've flattened it out a little bit. We have half of our barrel shape, and we're going to be bringing over another pipe and attaching it over that opening in order to break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. And you'll see with a lot of these finished beads, they have this clear little bit of glass still attached to them. Luckily, they're all kind of oriented differently, so hopefully you should be able to see it from different areas of the audience. But all this clear glass is eventually cut, ground, and polished off of the glass to finish the overall shape of the bead. So we have attached that second pipe, and to break the piece away, we apply water and then tap the pipe, and that pops the piece right off. So now we'll be able to finish off and work on the other end of our bead. This design specifically moves by pretty quickly. These are taking about an hour each, so this is our second bead that we're finishing off. Yeah, welcome to those who just joined in. We are working on an oversized bead, which you'll see these beads throughout the front of the hot shop on the front table here, and also the cart closer to the right side of the front. And these are all designed by our visiting artist. Her name is Wendy Red Star. She's up in the front in the blue shirt. And everyone else is our resident hot shop team. They've helped the visiting artists that come through. This is the second of this design that we're seeing. Specifically, this is a light transparent pink bead, completely transparent through and through. And then we have these small opaque light pink stripes that go from one end of the bead to the other. And you guys came in just as we're finishing off the shaping of the bead. We're just heating up that second half, and then we'll be able to kind of open the whole of the bead up. And of course, once again, feel free to ask any questions if you guys have any. Just grab my attention and I'll come right over. So now we have heated this glass up enough to start working with it again. We're mostly going to try stretching this glass out at the moment with these tweezers, holding onto the glass and pulling away. This is all just some excess thickness that we're trying to get rid of. So we'll section this off and completely break it off. So now this end piece of glass is broken off. And this glass is pretty thick once again, so the inside was still maybe a little bit gooey, a little bit soft. It was sticking even after they had shocked it and knocked it partially off. Also, this is one of the very, very few tools that we put wax on. So Ben heated up the blades and rubbed them through a little bit of beeswax. This makes them glide across the glass much smoother. And now we can start opening up this side and shaping it to the first end that we created. And before you guys came in, a lot of you, they kind of took a measurement of the opening, that first side of the bead, so they will just kind of match that up by holding it up every once in a while and comparing it. Also, there are a couple of things I'd like to share. So we do have one really large free event coming up, and it's called Glass Fest Northwest. And I think it's specifically on August 9th. That's coming up pretty quick, but essentially what we do is we set up a ton of booths outside the front of the museum, and all of these glass artists come in and they set up artwork to display and to sell, and there will be food trucks and music and free admission into the museum and to that event outside. There will be a bunch of glass demos going on throughout the day as well. So please check that out if you're interested in attending a free, super fun glass event. Thank you. And then another thing I like to talk about are ways that people can get involved in glass art themselves. There's a huge variety of ways. There's one where you can kind of just dip your toes in the water and just try a little hand blown glass experience. You come down and they guide you in creating a piece of glass. But we also have programs where you could do full sessions of glass blowing if you're a veteran or military, and that's called Hot Shop Heroes. It's a free program. It's amazing. I'm one of the instructors for that. So if anyone is curious, let me know, or you can go online and look that up as well through the Museum of Glass website, by the way. Also, that paddle that we were using, it may look the same as those wooden paddles, but I want to point out this is actually made out of graphite. I know, it's kind of weird, right? So same materials, pencil lead, and it's very insulating like wood, but it's not going to burn and chip away like wood would. Wood. So at this point, we're done with the bead. We're just getting ready to break it off and put it away. And this will include torching that connection where the clear glass is connected to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And then we apply some water to crack and then break the piece off, crack that connection specifically. And we have somebody suited up in these Kevlar gloves to pick up this piece of glass off the end of the pipe and carry it to be put away. This will be placed inside of the annealer on the right wall, so that large black box over there, which is sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that bead. Thank you, everyone. And now you can see why it's so important to get that full suit on, the face shield. She's leaning all the way into that box to put that piece away. And once again, that's sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit in there. When we press a button at the end of the day, everything inside of that box cools down very slowly overnight all at once, and that prevents thermal shock. Longest part of the process, and it's not even making it. So yeah, we should see at least one more bead made before we have our artist talk at about 1 p.m. Looks like they're deliberating on the next design. So in the meantime, I will play a video about another program that we have here at the Museum of Glass, this time for youth, and this is called Kids Design Glass. So could we have that video up on the screen, please? Could we have the Kids Design Glass video, please? Testing. I guess we'll watch it later. I'm sorry, guys. It happens every once in a while. In the meantime, enjoy the visiting artist slideshow. Hey, could we have the Kids Design Glass video, please? Yay.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
the way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do. So they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So we have already gotten started on the next bead. I'm about to check in and see what the final design is. All right, so apparently we're going to see one more of those beads. This one's just going to be a little bit different, slightly smaller scale, and we're also going to see a darker pink color for the striping. This color was prepared yesterday and maybe even worked with yesterday. And actually, you know what? I think it'd be really interesting for you guys to see the very beginning of the process, how we get the stripes of color and where the cane, those sticks of color, come from. So let's see the cane pulling video, please. So this is a silent video. I'll talk over it and kind of explain it as it goes along, but up on the screen that's playing now. So we'll start with color bar. Once again, we have examples of color bar down on the front table, these solid rods of color. We will attach that to the end of a pipe and usually add some layers of clear over top of that before stretching it between two pipes entirely, sometimes across the entire front of the hot shop floor. And that's why we have all these wooden ladders laid out. We did this earlier. We don't want the hot glass to touch the cold concrete, so this is just enough insulation to let it cool slowly and not crack the glass. And then up on the screen, you see they cut this up into smaller segments. This tool kind of measures them as they do so. And then this is rolled up on the outside of a bubble. This is the process that you guys are going to see for this next piece and that we saw for the last piece as well. Picking up the cane on the outside to create those stripes of color. In this video, they altered those stripes by kind of twisting them and pushing them in a mold and then twisting them again to get these really wild, zigzaggy sort of lines. You can do so many different things with cane. For these beads in particular, we're going to be leaving the stripes just stick straight from one end of the bead to the other. So that's what you can expect to see for this piece, and that's the process that we saw this morning that you guys weren't here for. So this is, again, that transparent pink that'll be over the entire surface of the bead. So the glass is so hot at this stage or at this point right now that the metal table will pull some heat out of the glass, and there might be very, very small, almost hairline cracking in the surface of the glass, but it's not really going to shock it in that way quite yet. If we were to leave it on the table, it would continuously pull heat out, and then it would crack eventually. These ones in particular have been taking about an hour each, and the ones that have a ton of layers of different patterns, such as these ones right here and these ones right here, could take maybe about an hour and a half. So it's seeming like we make maybe 4 to 6-ish beads a day for this residency. Yeah, it really depends on the piece. Sometimes if you're making like a simple cup, these could be as fast as like 5 to 15 minutes, depending. And then if you're making a really complex piece, like a blown sea turtle with detailed eyes and scales, and that could be months of working on the glass. That was actually just water being sprayed into the glass furnace. And the idea is the water's going to hit the surface of the molten glass and break or pop any air bubbles that have risen up inside of it. When we gather, there's kind of like a tail of glass that's dripping off of the end into that tank. And sometimes it can kind of like fold onto itself. It's like when people play with slime online, they like stretch it out and then they just kind of like let it go and drop onto itself. That's the best way I could describe it. Glass moves a lot like honey or slime. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. So for those who just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. I know we have some new people still joining. It's always such a busy time of the day, but we have a visiting artist today. Her name is Wendy Redstar. She's in the blue shirt up in the front here. Everyone else is working for the museum as the resident Hot Shop team, and they help visiting artists bring their designs and their ideas to life. All these pieces on the front table here in front of you guys, luckily, these were made at Pilchuck, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us. And Wendy just had a residency up there and made all of those pieces of glass, and then came down to the Museum of Glass to continue this series. And this series is specifically kind of an example of early trade beads used by explorers in exchange with native people. So we're seeing a lot of traditional sort of Venetian beads that would pass from hand to hand and then eventually end up in those trades. And these pieces will be displayed side by side, but they're not going to be necessarily assembled together. And Wendy's goal is that we're going to see about 4 different designs of beads today. We've already seen one design. We've just been continuously finishing those off. And that's the one you're going to see. Once again, a transparent pink color across the entire bead very light, and then we're going to have light opaque pink stripes across the surface of the bead, almost like the sky right here, just a barrel shape instead, so kind of squatter and a little bit wider. Exactly, that's where we get all of our glass in the first place. So that tank with the closed door is holding a giant ceramic crucible sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's filled with up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And we have 2 of these furnaces, by the way. There's one on the left side of the hot shop as well. It's probably just charging new mixture, or maybe a little bit low and needs to be charged. The glass furnaces are on 24/7. That way the glass has a even temperature and texture all throughout. But these ones we actually turn off when we're done and then turn on maybe an hour or so before we get started again. So we are working at 2 places at the same time. This bubble that we have on the screen or over on the left bench is going to turn into a cup-shaped piece of glass, the rounded bottom. And the bubble at the center bench is going to be gathered over, kind of built up some mass, and then eventually brought over and stuffed inside of that cup that we create. And just to mention again, Wendy is going to be talking about her art and herself as an artist at about 1 p.m. or whenever we finish this bead right here. Yeah, every Sunday when we have a visiting artist, Sunday's the last day of their residency, and we have them give an artist talk to kind of finish things off, which, don't worry, we will be blowing glass till 5 p.m. today, but it's just a perfect time to do it. Yeah, the glass feels like it weighs more than it actually does when we're working with it in the hot shop, just because of the leverage of the glass being all the way on the end of the pipe. And also, when the glass is moving quite a bit, you're having to turn it back and forth and really balance the weight. Yeah, that's a good question. I get that question a lot. So we have these colors right here. We get it shipped in this bar form. And this is kind of the very original, very standard color bar right here. We'll break off sections of it depending on how much we need, and we'll melt it down. And in this case, we have kind of dropped or layered that color within the walls of the glass over there. So it's really just a thin layer of color, mostly clear glass. And then for these spots of color, it's more like heating up an individual rod of color and kind of pushing it onto the surface of the glass over and over again to create dots. And to create this in the first place, it's like you take this color bar, you melt it down, and then you stretch it out. So just everything, it all starts with that color bar though, usually, and it's different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass mixture. So up on the screen, you can see we're opening this cup up. I would say usually what you start with is kind of what you end up with. Sometimes every once in a while you'll get special colors that do strike or kind of reduce or change color inside of the annealer as it cools overnight. But for the most part, it's what you start with is what you end up with. So in this case, that is the case. We started off with this kind of light purplish pink color, and then we also have a transparent pink color. Oh, so we're about to see them stuff the cup. Once again, the process we're about to see, we're breaking this cup off, placing it into an upright heated ring, and then we'll stuff that bubble inside. The idea of this is to make the color appear as if it's right on the surface of the piece, as if the piece is entirely made of that color, when really you only have a very thin layer on the outside. So now we're rolling this bubble on the marver, this metal table, kind of just conforming the cup all the way to the side of the bubble. And then pretty soon we'll prepare to pick up our cane as well, which once again, if you haven't seen cane, they are those sticks of colored glass. We have them over on this table right here, a variety laid out, red, green, white, and pink. We're going to be picking up specifically some pink cane. So we'll be using this torch on and off, and we just keep it lit up constantly so that we can easily grab it whenever we need it. Otherwise, we'd have to turn the gas off and then back on over and over again. But yeah, it runs around the same temperature as the glory holes themselves, those open face furnaces, so between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But we use the torch to heat up a section of glass at a time or balance heat out. So at the center bench, Ben is going to keep this glass warm and kind of malleable. It's going to be glowing at this bright orange. And we also, on the left bench, are heating up that cane right now over on that plate. We want this cane to be at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. And I know that sounds really warm, but the glass is still solid at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just warm enough for it to stick to that bubble when we go over and roll it over top of the cane to pick it up. Yeah, it depends on the shape and the complexity of the design. Like these horses, for example, they look very complex, right, because of the shape. But those are actually made in like 30 to 60 seconds just from residual heat. They heat it up one time and then they pull the horse out all at once. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. And then there are some pieces where you're literally making these small flame-worked beads, so a smaller scale of what we're seeing today. And you have layers upon layers of dots, and you have all these crazy lines, and that could take like 30 minutes, an hour, depending on what you're making. So yeah, it really just depends. These pieces are taking about an hour to an hour and a half each. Also, yes, we have just picked up the cane. I know it happens really quick. We heated up the bubble, brought it over, and rolled it over top. And now we're rolling it on the marver, this metal table, to kind of conform the cane to the bubble. And I see some new people here and there, so I wanted to reintroduce real quick that we have visiting artist Wendy Red Star, and she is the one in the blue shirt up in the front. Everyone else is the resident hot shop team. Also, I know I might be hard to hear with the torch, so I'll point out the closed captioning up on the screen. That should help out as we continue along. That way they can do their job and I can do mine. So we are making another oversized bead, kind of like what you see in this cart in the front and also in this front table here. Wendy just had a residency up at Pilchuck, which is a glass school about 2 hours north, and made all of those beads on the table there, and came down here to the museum to continue the series and continue working on these beads. So we already have all of the colors, the patterning that we need for this bead. We're just starting to blow it out and turn it into its final shape. And to start shaping this glass, we're using the jacks, these two metal blades, squeezing off the end of the pipe. This is where we'll break the entire bead off from later on. So since these ones are about an hour to an hour and a half each, I'm estimating we'll see maybe about 6 of them today. And then sometimes if we're making something really small, we could see maybe a dozen of them in a day. And then if we're making really complex, like big centerpieces, those could be like maybe 1 or 2 in a day, and that's it. And just to point out, these beads are following along with historic kind of Venetian style, Venetian technique beads. And these are all based off of early trade beads used by explorers in exchange with native people. And so I just wanted to point out those beads would kind of pass from hand to hand and then eventually end up in those trades. So that's what all of these pieces are based off of. So for those who have recently joined in, once again, we are finishing off one more of these large-scale beads. The shape that we're going for is more of a barrel bead, so kind of like the shape of a barrel. We want it squat, a little bit wide, and then it has kind of an angular top and bottom to it. And we are just finishing off the first half of the bead. So taking a measurement of the opening of the bead with the calipers, we can set that aside and double check our second side of the bead, just make sure that they're matching later on. And this is telling me that they have finished the first half of the bead, so they'll just keep the heat balanced and warm across the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then they'll be bringing over another pipe, attaching it to this opening they've created, and then breaking the piece off so that way they can finish off the other end. So we are almost there. And this will be our third bead of the day, by the way. We're just continuing the same pattern a few times over. This one is using slightly different colors. And since we're relatively close to finishing this bead, I want to point out again that we are going to have an artist talk when we finish this piece. So our visiting artist, Wendy, she's going to come down to the front, and she's going to talk about herself as an artist and her work, and maybe even the series that you're seeing right now on the floor. So we have already prepared that second pipe. This is just some clear glass on the end as an attachment point. It's kind of the shape of a crown that we've attached over that opening. So that way we're not sealing the opening off or pushing any glass inside of that opening. And again, now we'll be able to break this piece off of its original pipe. And the way that we usually break pieces off of any pipe is we crack the connection. And that's why we've been heating up and preparing that area so much. We don't want those cracks to travel, so we keep the surrounding glass warm. So there we go with some water, causing some thermal shock in that connection, enough to just pop the piece off with the tap of the pipe. So now we have to heat up the other end of this piece, and this takes a little bit of time. It was just broken off from that other pipe. It was at the coldest it could have been, probably about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, to let it soak and really absorb that heat in there. So now that we've heated up the other side of the piece, Ben is using some tweezers to stretch this glass out. This area tends to be thick where we've broken it off of the previous pipe. So to get rid of the excess, we'll actually just break or trim some of that glass off. And also to point out, we do use these wooden paddles to flatten the glass, especially like the bottoms of the piece usually. This time we are using it to shield Ben's hand and arm from the heat that's radiating off of the piece. And you'll see this consistently throughout the process. And to break this end section off, this is simply tapped with a pair of tweezers onto the floor. This reveals a small opening into the remaining section of the glass, the bead itself. This is how we make the piece open-ended on both sides, so we knock those ends off. Yeah, just a reminder, we're getting close to our artist talk. So using that graphite paddle, we push the opening of the bead kind of in on itself and finish off that taper. They're checking with the artist, seeing if she likes the way it looks. So at this point, we're getting ready to break this bead off of the pipe and put it away. So we're torching the area where the glass is connected to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection, and then we go ahead and apply some water to crack that connection and pop the piece off. And you can see we have somebody suited up in these Kevlar gloves and face shield, whole thing. This is because we have to lean into a 900 degree Fahrenheit box to put the piece away. So that's all going to protect any of our hair from singeing off as we put it away. And yeah, they're just very carefully balancing the heat. If the glass is too hot when they put it away, then it can slowly slump, kind of change shape and pick up debris that it's touching. And if it's too cold, then it will crack when it's put away. And as soon as they finish this piece, once again, I am going to be getting off of the mic and I'm going to be passing it off to someone who will introduce our visiting artist. And then the visiting artist herself, once again, Wendy Red Star, will be talking about herself as an artist and her artwork and probably a lot of the background behind this series. So thanks for sticking around, and you can ask all the questions you want to our artists very soon. Now let's give them a round of applause for finishing that last beat. Thank you, everyone. Now it'll simply cool down overnight very slowly inside of that box to prevent thermal shock. And does anyone have any final questions about the process before I hand the mic off?
My name is Wendy Redstar, and I'm based in Portland, Oregon. I'm very interested in sort of early history between U.S. government and my tribe. And so this project is talking about early trade, and not just trade between like the fur trappers and native people, but native to native. So I started researching early trade beads, and I wanted to bring in examples for the gaffers to use, specifically looking for Venetian-style beads that you see in some native jewelry and regalia. And I wanted to bring in examples for the gaffers to use. Yeah, I'll just buy one bead at a time. Different examples. There's Padre beads. There's a Dutch moon bead. All the beads are quite old, some from the 1700s, 19th century. When these beads were made, they were often put on these things called bead cards. So individual ones of different styles, and then when they would share them with people who wanted to buy in bulk, they could pick the beads from the bead card that they wanted. And so I'm thinking some sort of large-scale bead card that I can maybe put up on the wall, and then the beads would go on there. Glass has been incredible. It's amazing what you can do with glass. Of course, the history of glass. And just the process is really interesting. You're working with a really hot material, and that it takes time to, make something, and then it has to sit and rest and come to temperature. So it's like this interesting mix of like really knowing process, but then also using your sort of creative muscles to kind of transcend just like technical abilities or skills with glass.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Museum of Glass. Today, as part of our visiting artist series, we have Wendy Redstar, and she's going to be giving a lecture today. And this is part of our regular Sunday visiting artist lectures. Wendy Redstar was selected as part of Museum of Glass's ongoing summer partnership with Pilchuck Glass School. Redstar had just finished her tenure as a Pilchuck artist in residence / instructor, and she was excited to do her project here at Museum of Glass. In her words, for her project, she planned to focus on two projects. The first is a study of early trade beads used by explorers in exchange with native peoples. The goal was to scale these beads up to a large sculptural artwork, approximately 1 foot by 1 foot in size. The second project involved recreating glass plate negatives using historic photographs of the Apsaloki women. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Apsalaga, but you can't.
Apsalaki. Okay. Wendy Redstar lives and works in Portland, Oregon, as an enrolled member of the Apsalaki tribe, works across disciplines to explore intersections of Native American ideologies and colonialist structures, both historically and in contemporary society. Despite drawing on pop culture, conceptual art, strategies, and Crow Nation traditions within which she was raised. Redstar pushes the conversation surrounding Native American perspectives in new direction. Redstar has exhibited in the United States and abroad at various venues. Her monumental sculpture, The Soil You See, was included in Beyond Granite, pulling together the first curated outdoor exhibition in the history of the National Mall in Washington, D.C., organized by Monument Lab in 2023. Her work has also been published has been in 60 public collections, and she holds a BFA from Montana State University and an MFA from the University of California, Los Angeles, and was in 2024 named a MacArthur Fellow. So we are really fortunate to have her here today to speak about the work, that wonderful work that she's doing. And without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic off.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking the time to... Oh, okay, there. I was told that. Thanks for taking the time out of your day to come and see this lecture. I feel incredibly privileged to be here, working with the Hot Shop team. I've been having a lot of fun and just learning so much. So I want to thank the Tacoma Museum of Glass for providing me this opportunity. I decided for this lecture that I was going to go over sort of several projects, maybe in a chronological way, maybe not. And I can't quite remember how it goes, so it'll be like fresh and surprising for me as well. I wanted to start with this first project that I did when I was an undergrad at Montana State University in Bozeman. I grew up in Montana. I grew up on the Crow Indian Reservation, which is about a 3-hour drive away from Bozeman. It's located in southeastern Montana. The largest city is Billings. It's about 45 minutes away from the reservation boundary, and we're also near the Wyoming boundary. And so I started taking, besides art classes, Native Studies classes, partly because I thought I would just get an A. But I soon realized that there were so many things that are not taught in your regular public school education, especially regarding a full spectrum of history. And so that really got me interested in learning, especially about my community, the Crow, or Upsaloga, which translates to children of the large-beaked bird. And so when I started looking into the history, I found this really cool guy. His name sits in the middle of the land. He was our primary chief. And he is important because he's the first chief that basically described to the U.S. government where our territory was. And he uses really amazing metaphor of the 4 foundational poles that we use to set up our teepee, and then the rest go on those 4. And he basically put one pole down on the major migration route that we take throughout the season, and that mapped out, I think, 86 million acres, which was so cool. And then through treaties and all of that, the current reservation is like 1.2 million acres. So when I looked closer on that map, I realized that Bozeman was Crow territory. So I got super excited and came up with a project to celebrate that, to let the Bozeman community know about it, and then to also honor my Crow ancestors. And I set up these teepees, just the 4 poles, around campus. They started to get knocked down. Then I would put them back up, and then I just decided, oh, screw it, I'll just put it on the football field. So this is kind of the last iteration of the project, and there happened to be this giant football helmet. So I just pulled that up to the 50-yard line, and this is the shot. Okay, there it is. And then I went to UCLA to graduate school, and I made a very important work. It's called The 4 Seasons, and it was inspired after I went to the Natural History Museum there in Los Angeles. And yeah, being in grad school, there was a lot of critical thinking. So it was actually the first time that I walked into a museum institution with sort of a critical mind. And there was a big display of dinosaur bones that you walk through. It was a little bit darker, and then the first gallery you entered into was the Native American gallery. And there were a pair of crow moccasins that were on display, and I had brought my entire traditional outfit with me to Los Angeles. But I got the feeling that people were walking around thinking that they were looking at extinct cultures. So I wanted to just like sort of capture what that felt like. And so I created these dioramas representing the 4 seasons. And then I posed within each of them. And they've been an amazing body of work for me that sort of is its own entity that I'll get a Google alert and I'll realize, oh, it's showing in this place. It's like totally doing its own thing. I had a practice with my kiddo. Her name's Beatrice. She worked with me from the age of 7 to 11 when she decided she was going to retire at 11. But we used to go to different museums, and she would wear this tour guide outfit and give tours. And we've done some photographic work. So this is a series we did together that was in an exhibition that had to do with Edward Curtis, who documented the Crow tribe in, I think, early 1900s. So there she is, and we're in our traditional Crow regalia. And then she came out of retirement for me. I think this is when she was 16, and the image in the middle is actually a photograph that I found when I was doing a residency for the Smithsonian, and I work with the National Museum of the American Indian looking into their photographic collection of my tribe, and I found this image of my great-great-grandma. Her Crow name is Her Dreams Are True, and her English name was Julia Bad Boy. And so I was just really struck by this because I'd never seen a picture of her, so it was really cool to see that, and decided to make this sort of photographic sculpture. It's called Echo, or Amnia. Just thinking about the echoes of sort of ancestry and DNA that echoes throughout our lineage. And so I created outfits similar to hers, and we're wearing a classic Crow hairstyle. This is me. I think, as you can see, I like to work in so many different mediums. I have a background in sculpture. I really love the star quilt design, so I made a flag. This is recent work. Another project I did in 2022 was a collaboration with Public Art Fund. They're based in New York City, but they do this initiative where they use the bus shelter displays and have artists create artwork throughout the city on those. And they had secured some bus shelters in Boston and Chicago. So I created a work looking at the different cultural institutions in each of those cities that had Crow material objects. And all of them had these rawhide cases. And these cases were cases made by Crow women, basically suitcases with these beautiful geometric designs that then would be strapped onto horses and used to move any kind of object. So these are 2 Crow women working on making these rawhide cases. And this is 2 different rawhide cases in 2 different museum collections. And I decided that makes so much sense. It's a bus shelter. It's about travel. These are meant to travel. They were also often traded very throughout the plains and the plateau region. it wasn't just Crow that made these, several other tribes. And so I went on this mission to make studies of all of these. So here are some of my studies. And then this is what one of the test prints looked like. And then all the research I did, there wasn't a lot of scholarship on these, so I wrote in the margins different things that I learned. So there were different tidbits of information that you could sit and read. And then from that project, I was like, this is kind of incredible. It's really interesting to think that this is what the design culture came from like the Plains area. This is what the women chose to make. All the pigments were collected. A lot of them were rock pigments. There were berry pigments, that kind of thing. So they're quite labor intensive to create. So from that, I decided that I would try to find as many as possible. Started searching the internet on museum collections and then also auctions. And I had a solo show at my gallery in LA called Roberts Projects, where I think I featured 123 paintings. That's what that looks like. Again, I'm just starting to play around with these star designs. This is a star design made out of earth pigment. Again, I was inspired by those rawhide cases and the pigments that they had to collect, and then with mirrors. A project close to home, I was commissioned by the Seattle Art Museum to make an artwork for the opening of their new gallery for their American collection. And so I put a call out to all the Native women and children in the area. And we set up a day at the museum with a professional photographer to photograph them. And then I decided I wanted to make some sort of kind of light box / shadow box, almost like a postcard of the Seattle skylight and, of course, Mount Tahoma, Mount Rainier. And this is some kind of behind the scenes. There are rows. I cut them out and made rows, so there's a dimension to it. And then there's a light behind it, so it kind of glows. So I think that's still up when you go to the Seattle Art Museum. It's on the second floor. Another very important project I did was a piece called the 1880 Crow Peace Delegation. And so this is an image of 6 of our chiefs who traveled to Washington, D.C. in the 1880s. This was actually the second delegation of Crows to go to D.C. The first was in 1873, and it was quite a feat to get there. They had to ride horses for a couple weeks to Utah, then catch a train at Utah that went to Chicago, and then they had to catch another train to D.C. And they went because the government was trying to put a train through a large tract of our hunting territory and asked us maybe to move to another area. So they went to negotiate, and they were there for about 3 months. One of the really cool things that came out of this was these drawings made by a chief called Medicine Crow. When he returned back to the reservation from memory, he made all these drawings. So it's interesting to see the Capitol there, what that looked like in 1880. And then I also like the way that he positions it by markers in the environment, so you have the river right there. So in looking at these photos, I wanted to know more about each chief, but I also wanted to understand what they were wearing. And growing up on the reservation, I'm very used to seeing our regalia, but not really asking a lot of what's behind it. Sort of like it's a very normal thing to see. And so basically in their clothing, what they are showing is how they became a chief. And the Crow word for chief is Bajetcha, and it translates to good man. And in order to become a chief, there are these 4 things you would need to do in battle. So one is touching the enemy to be the first, taking a horse within an enemy's camp, leading a successful war party, and then taking a weapon from hand-to-hand combat. And the way that those break down, this is Old Crow, are the ermine that he is wearing. Those are those long white things on his shirt represent that he took a gun. The feathers represent that he touched an enemy in battle. The ermine on his leggings meant he stole a horse within an enemy camp. And so all of the stuff that he wears is related to all of these war deeds he did. So basically they're going there to tell the president that they're leaders. This is Pretty Eagle. I learned that Pretty Eagle, when he died in 1905, his body was stolen from its gravesite and ended up in the Natural History Museum in New York City for over 70 years. So that was pretty crazy. And that we actually recovered his body and brought it back and buried it the spot on the reservation called Pretty Eagle Point. This guy, his name's Two Belly. He's about 6'4", and there are 2 different. What would I call it? There's the river crow and the mountain crow, and so he was representing the river crow, and the rest of the chiefs were mountain crow. So his style of dress is a little bit different. And this guy, his name's Planku. He's actually the last chief of our tribe. He died in the 30s, and he actually traveled to D.C. over 10 times. The first trip in 1880, the last trip in 1921. And then this handsome guy is Medicine Crow. Some of the things I like to point out is the trade, which I'm very interested in the project that I'm doing here. So you might notice those sort of round-looking discs in his hair. Those are pink conch beads. And then the sort of tubular thing on the side of his face, the top portions of that are these shells called dentillium. And they're called hair bows, and those represented that he overcame an enemy and sliced their throat. They actually took the image on, I guess, the left, and it was on Honest Tea for a while, and I always kind of got a kick out of that with his little throat slicing jewelry. So, and then I was asked to be in this incredible group show with 6 artists who got to place our work on the National Mall. It was like a temporary exhibit, and they let us sort of go around the National Mall and select places, but the prompt was, what stories have not been told on the National Mall? And of course, there's a lot of stories. One of the things that really stood out to me was that there's no color. Everything's pretty much these sort of natural stone colors that I wasn't quite thinking about anytime I visited. So I decided I would focus on treaties. And often the ways that they had the chiefs sign treaties, since they didn't know how to write, they would use their thumbprint. And so this is my thumbprint in glass. And it was made with the help of Bullseye, based out of Portland, Oregon. And then written within the ridges are the 51 Crow chiefs who have signed treaties between 1825 to 1880. And then there is also a quote in there by a guy named Curley, who he talks about the importance of the land, so much so that you'd have to dig deep into the layers of the ground to find actual earth, because the upper crust is the blood and dust of his ancestors. And this was placed on this small island called Signers Island, and it's a memorial to the signers of the Declaration of Independence. And so I liked kind of having what's on the flip side of that with these treaties. And then full circle, it now lives back in Montana, and actually on our second agency at a sculpture garden called Tippet Rise. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Now we're going to take some questions. Does anybody have any questions?
I do. Where is this going to be shown? The work that you're doing here, where is that going to be?
Sorry?
The work that you're doing here today, where is this going to be shown? Where can we see it done?
I don't really have a specific place in mind for it to be shown, but I think it might go to an art fair, but I think it deserves better than that. So it either might show at one of my galleries. But yeah, I'm super excited about it. Yes. Yeah, so I have a background in sculpture, both in my undergrad and graduate training. But yeah, I'm just really into all the mediums. It is, yes. Yeah. And no, that's kiln. It was done in the kiln there. And it's about, I think altogether, maybe 8 feet tall, including the base.
8 feet tall.
Yeah, and I think like 7,000 tons.
Wow, that's incredible. That's a really powerful.
Yeah, it's got a granite base.
Powerful image. And,
thank you.
And beautifully done.
Thank you.
All your work is, but that really struck me.
Thank you.
How did you learn glass?
I love it. So I work with talented people who know how to work with glass. And so with Bullseye, I basically had this idea in mind of wanting to use my thumbprint and to write in it. And glass seemed like a really cool medium to translate that idea. I kind of wanted like a thumbprint that is on the landscape. And so I contacted Bullseye, and they were up for helping me fabricate it. So it was the team there at Bullseye. And then all of this, of course, is the awesome team here at the Tacoma Art Museum. Yeah.
How much of your concept is informed by the process of making versus something that you like conceive of before the process?
So the way I go about it is I'm always super curious. I'm always asking lots of questions. Like, for instance, the 1880 Crow Peace delegation with the writing on it was just me asking, why did Medicine Crow sit down to take that photo? And then digging into that, I was like, oh, these are delegation photos. It wasn't just our tribe. So many tribes were traveling to D.C. to sit down with the president. And then it just opened up this whole avenue of research and learning. And so typically, you know, with that project, I was like, well, I'll work with the photos that I have, but then sort of explain, you know, some of the things that I've been learning through the research. So it's really more kind of research driven, and then a vehicle of sort of medium will come to mind of how that might best translate. I have dyslexia, and I've always, you know, struggled with conventional learning. And so I really feel like the work that I do visually is my way of articulating the things that I've sort of learned and in a way that makes sense to me. Yeah.
Can you share a little bit more about your inspiration of the current beadwork project you're working on?
Yes, yeah. I'm really interested in the concepts of trade. And I was actually like reading a little bit up on it. The indigenous trading system here in this country was pretty incredible. And actually, Native people actually ended up with beads and cloth and iron things, like especially my community, before they ever met the traders or the explorers that came over. So I was pretty intrigued by that. So I just really wanted to kind of dig into that network and opportunity to work with glass. Beads came to mind, and the history of beads is incredible. It's a very old history. For instance, there's this bead right here, which is a Dutch moon bead, and it was traded a lot in Africa. It's pretty popular in Africa. It wasn't made by the Dutch, but they were the ones that were trading it. It's actually like a check bead. And then this blue bead is like a Padre bead, and this color blue was actually really popular in the Pacific Northwest. So much so that like some deals wouldn't even be done if they didn't have blue beads. And Padre bead, because a lot of missionary folks had these beads. So there's just like a history and story behind every single bead. I don't know. It was made in Bohemia, so yes. No, none of these were made here. Most of them are Venetian made or Czech made, and then those were like traded to people in like England or Spain, the Dutch, and then they travel over. So all of that, yeah. The trading is pretty incredible to think of where these objects ended up. Yes, yeah. I consider these more like studies of the beads, like large studies. Yeah.
I have a question. So, do you consider a lot of this work to be about preserving the heritage of the Crow people? And if you had to choose, who would be your ideal audience for this work?
You know what I think? I think it's just everybody's history. So I think it's more about like a broader history that just makes a lot more sense. Like I grew up on the reservation, and we had white kids and Crow kids and mixed kids like myself, and we were never taught about any of this history. But when learning it, I realized this is so important for everybody here, because this is like how things came to be. Like these chiefs traveling to DC basically made what I know today to be a Crow, and all their choices equated to like the experience I'm having now. And so I think it's more about like that history is already there. It's just like unearthing it. And yeah, I'd love to be able to have an archive or a legacy that is much easier for people to access, and they don't have to do as much work, even though I love the work. But that's really important to me. Yeah.
All right. Does anybody else have a question?
If I see all the images and all the designs that everyone's making, when I listen to your statement, I am very curious how you can do that.
The making these?
Yeah. All the stuff here.
Ben over there, he's the one who has been making these, and we're actually going to make some right after we're done, some more beads, so you'll be able to see exactly how they're done.
Because I am asking how they do that with different kind of colors they can do that.
Yeah,
there's. I am asking.
There's all these amazing bars of color that then are like heated up and then used to like create the different colors in the beads. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions? Anyone else?
No.
All right. Thank you so much, Wendy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Woo. Welcome into the hot shop, everyone. It was louder than I expected. That is the volume that we were using for earlier. Okay, now it's a little too quiet. Maybe an in-between would be nice. Testing. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so welcome into the hot shop. We have visiting artist Wendy Redstar, and she's the one in the blue shirt up in the front. Everyone else is our resident hot shop team, and they work here full time. They'll help visiting artists that come through like today. And they're going to be bringing some of these designs to life. We have a ton of pieces out on display already on the front tables and on this cart right here. These are really good examples of the large-scale beads that we're going to be making in the hot shop today. And we made 3 of these beads earlier. We're going to see a completely different design now. And I think they're still kind of determining how they're going to get this design exactly. And I'll explain it in a moment. But the reason we're making beads is these are based off of early trade beads used by explorers in exchanges with native people. And our visiting artist is part of the Upsalaga or Crow tribe from Montana, but she lives and works currently in Portland, Oregon. Now we are going to see some beads that are called Lewis and Clark beads. And once again, this is a historic bead, probably made in Venice, like a lot of these designs were. And it's going to have 2 different patterns on the glass. One of them is using a twisted cane, basically a stick of glass with a spiral of color kind of going around it. And then the other design is something that's a little harder to explain. It's feathering. So they add some colored dots or lines, and then they actually drag a tool or another piece of glass through those dots or lines, and it creates a feathered sort of pattern. So that's what we can expect to see. I think that that's going to just have a black background. And we're already getting started over on the left bench. I'll make sure to check in every once in a while, see what they're doing in their process. But if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. Yeah, so we usually start by heating up our color, and luckily it's still in the same exact shape, but this is what we're starting with. This is called color bar, and we'll heat up segments of it. It's just colored glass through and through, and we'll melt it down and use it within the walls of our piece, such as these black beads and the blue beads. They have a layer of that color within the walls of the bead. But then we can also use them for details such as the dots on these beads or even the striping on beads like this one. Yeah, there's so many different techniques to get different patterns in the glass. And welcome to everyone who's just joined in. Today we have visiting artist Wendy Redstar. She's the one in the blue shirt in the front. And I'm sure some of you guys were here for her artist talk earlier, but once again, what we're seeing in the hot shop is based off of early trade beads. They started off being made in Venice and then kind of passing hand to hand and eventually being traded by explorers or even by native people themselves to each other. And that's the whole idea behind this residency and behind this artwork, all these historical beads. And we actually do have some of those historical beads themselves and then just some replicas in general. Now this tank in the back with the closed door is very important. This is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass to begin with. This is where we start all of our projects. So sitting in that tank, we have a ceramic crucible, and it's filled with 2100 degree Fahrenheit glass. And at that temperature, the glass is the texture of honey. So all we need to do is twist or turn our pipe inside of the glass, and it picks up a ball on the end. So we have these metal tables throughout the hot shop called the Marver, or Marvers, I guess I should say, not the Marver. And we use it to shape the glass. But in this case, once again, we have that solid color on the end of our pipe. We want it to be very in-depth explanation. We want it to be thicker and colder in the front, furthest away from the pipe. Then we want it to be thinner and hotter in the back end, because we're going to be dropping it onto a clear bubble of glass. And for it to drop properly and in the right shape that we want, we need it to be stretching really quickly off the end of the pipe, but not stretching into a long piece of glass. So we thicken one area and thin out another area. It's the best way to describe it. Yeah, exactly. So the glass, it's very fluid when it's completely molten, but we usually work with it more of like a taffy or putty texture. And we can balance the heat in different areas of the glass to control how much it blows out in one direction or how much it's going to stretch out. Yeah. Definitely, yeah. And that's why we have so many different ways of heating as well. Later on, we'll see them light up this fluffy torch, and that helps us balance or focus heat to one area versus just heating up the entire thing inside of the glory hole. Yeah, so this is a question I love to answer, and maybe there's some youth in the audience or people who know anyone who would be interested in blowing glass and is maybe middle school, high school age. But there's a program out here in Tacoma called Hilltop Artists, and Hilltop Artists, yeah. I actually am wearing a shirt for it today. And it's a nonprofit organization that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And so I started at 15 in like an after-school club. And they have during the day electives, they have summer programs, everything you can think of. And you can stay in it till you're like 18 or 21 and keep on going after that, even as an alumni like myself. So if anyone's interested, once again, just look up Hilltop Artists. It's a really good program. So at this point, we've dropped that color on top of our clear bubble. We've pushed and we rolled that color back until it covered up the clear bubble. So now this bubble you see on the end of the pipe, it appears to all just be that one color. And that's the point of applying the color in that way. And this is not all the glass we need. We have to let this cool down, and we'll be gathering more clear over top of it to build up some mass for the piece. When I see new people joining in still, wow, there's a lot of people now. Welcome into the hot shop. So today we have visiting artist Wendy Red Star, and she's the one in the blue shirt in the front. Everyone else is our resident hot shop team, and they help visiting artists that come through, kind of bring their visions to life. And the pieces that we're seeing made this week, this is the last day of the residency, sadly, is the large-scale beads that you see throughout the front of the hot shop. And Wendy was just at Pilchuck, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us in Stanwood, Washington. And she made all of these beads on the front table, specifically here. And then anything else you see in the hot shop, such as these beads or the ones inside of the annealer on the left wall, that's from yesterday. Those were all made here at the hot shop. So she came down here to the museum to kind of continue this residency. And we are gathering yet another layer of clear. So for anyone that hasn't seen it yet, this tank with the closed door, that's where we're getting all of our fresh material. And right away after getting a fresh layer of glass, whether it's color, whether it's clear, we sit down and we use the block, which is the wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is usually carved out of a fruit wood, such as cherry wood, and kept in water to be constantly saturated. And the idea is to form a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass to shape the glass. So light and frost effect, you might have heard of it. Oh yeah, and I wanted to share one more time that the bead that we're making this time, specifically this bead, we are going to make a Lewis and Clark bead, I've heard. And so this is going to have 2 different patterns across the surface of the glass. These patterns are really hard to describe, but it creates a look almost like 3-dimensional candy cane for part of it. And that's because we're using a twisted cane. Let me see. I have an example of regular cane right here. It's just a stick of colored glass, essentially. But we can also take these and create patterns with them and take that finished pattern and twist it itself to create kind of a spiral of color around a singular piece of cane. And so if we were to use that and lay it out across the surface of the piece, we would have almost these spirally or zigzaggy colors across the surface of the piece. And then we also are going to maybe see some feathering in the glass, which is when you drag a tool through the surface of the glass, and it kind of pushes those colors around. So this is going to start with kind of creating the patterns themselves. And what they're going to make is a wrap of color. And we've done this for some of the earlier beads throughout the week, such as these right here. It's almost like a ribbon of color. They form all of these colors together with solid glass only on the end of a pipe. And then they form the overall shape of the bead itself, and they bring that color over and kind of just wrap it around or place it down and pull it and then cut where they finish the line, for example. So that's what we can expect to see for this bead. And now we're working at 2 benches at once. Over on the left bench is where the camera's focusing for the most part. This piece of glass is going to be opened up into a cup shape with a rounded bottom. And this glass at the center bench is going to just stay solid clear, eventually be brought over, and then stuffed inside of that white cup. So eventually these 2 pieces of glass are going to come together. And that's why it's important to have 2 benches lit up so we can work at multiple places at once. So on the screen, you saw the bubble was kind of sectioned off at the very end, and we knocked that small section off. And the whole point of doing that was just to create a very small opening in the end of the bubble. So we should have that opening now, and Sarah will be able to go inside and flare it out into these straight cylindrical walls. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. Just a little reminder. Just grab my attention. Usually raising your hand does the trick. And I'll come over to answer your questions. Some examples are maybe questions about the artist, like what this is going to look like when it's displayed, where it's going to go, or, you know, questions about the hot shop or the glass. Anything you guys are curious about. So that's actually an interesting question to answer. You'd think it would just be a solid number, but anything a little over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit is going to start to move and change shape. But the glass, when it's completely molten, like the texture of honey, is at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh yeah, so these pieces, they take a decent amount of time to cool. I'd say about 12 hours at least, maybe even a little bit longer. Those pieces were finished yesterday, and they started the cooling process probably about 5 or 6 p.m. And they only opened it up about 1 or 2 p.m. today. So in the very beginning, the material that we put into our furnaces is a soda lime glass. So it's mostly silica sand, a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone. And then I've also heard little whispers of like, there's also lithium in this glass. So I think there might be lithium in this glass, but they haven't updated me on that personally. Yeah, apparently it makes it softer and like crystal clear. This is a really nice glass that we work with here. So Ben has just gathered one more layer of clear, and this is very satisfying to watch, but he let some of it drip off into a bucket. All the glass in this bucket is clear glass only, so eventually we'll crush it up and throw it back into the furnace and completely reuse it, which is really nice. And now we're about to see them fill this cup up with that glass that has been prepared. So up on the screen we have a view of the left bench. They'll be knocking this cup off and setting it upright in that heated ring that they've set on the floor. And the reason this clear glass was shaped into that long kind of tapered shape is that it hits the bottom of the cup first, and then as they push down, it just slowly fills up the walls. So just like that, we have attached those two pieces of glass together. And we now have a solid piece of glass that appears to be all just made from that white, even though it's only on the outside of it. So the colors are made elsewhere and then shipped in this bar form, and it is solid color through and through, no matter where you cut it, by the way. It is different minerals, metals, and oxides mixed into the glass. And I've got some good examples off the top of my head. Like, everyone knows the Statue of Liberty is made out of copper. And when copper oxidizes or reacts with oxygen, it turns that green color. So copper oxide is going to turn the glass a blue-green color when it's mixed into just that raw, clear glass mixture. Both. So it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit whenever we're filling it up with pieces that we finished. So it is very warm, but it is meant to cool the glass down. So when we're finished for the day, like when we finish, we'll put our piece in that one. Then we press a button and it's programmed to cool for about 12 hours or so usually. Oh yeah, we're rolling this glass on the marver, by the way. This is mostly to just conform the cup all the way to the sides of the bubble, more than anything else at this point. And it looks like we're preparing the cane over on the left bench already. So you guys haven't really gotten a glimpse of this yet. This is the next most satisfying thing you'll see in the process. We have all these sticks of colored glass that we're laying out on a plate. And could we have a view of the left bench, please? We'll see. Yeah, there we go. So we can see all of these sticks of color are being laid out on this plate. This plate has grooves to hold them in place just to make sure that they're evenly spaced. And we're leaving gaps in between the red and green cane so that you can see the glimpses of white from underneath for when we pick up all of that cane. They usually preheat it, so I think that this tray should be about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Yeah, I know, it's pretty toasty. Exactly, yeah. She doesn't want to touch that plate. And you can actually see the cane changing color. So the one on the end that she placed down first is really dark right now. Red acts really weird in the hot shop. I personally don't know why. Maybe somebody else does, but when we use red in the hot shop, it turns black or brown or gray, depending on the exact red. And then when it cools down overnight, it goes back to that bright cherry red. So we have now lit up this torch right here. This runs about the same temperature as the glory holes, those open-faced reheating furnaces, so between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we keep it constantly lit because we actually have to turn the gas off and on, otherwise it just runs. And so it's just convenience. We can reach back, grab it, and use it at any point. But yeah, we use it to heat up sections of the glass at a time, especially at the area where the glass is connected more so to the pipe. That area is harder to heat, focus heat to. So we have sectioned this glass off. Actually, I'm not sure why they sectioned it off. Yeah, this could be like maybe they're going to use one of them now and one of them later for similar patterns, or maybe they're going to be sandwiching the cane between the pieces of white. Yeah, they're not even quite sure themselves as to how to create this bead, because this bead is pretty complex. And once again, scaling it from that original size to hot shop size glass is kind of tricky. You have to use different techniques. Exactly. Okay, so this is pretty cool. We have some examples of like a reproduction of some Lewis and Clark beads, which once again, that's the pattern or style of bead that we're trying to create right now. And I've gotten permission from the artist who has brought these beads in to pass them around the whole audience so you guys can get a glimpse of what we're trying to go for. Lewis and Clark beads, yeah. So I've been told, and this is kind of surprising, that steel is a relatively poor conductor of heat. And I say relatively because it's comparative to other metals, like copper is a much better conductor of heat and electricity. But yeah, the heat will only travel so far down the pipe, maybe about this far usually. And if it does get really hot, then we have pipe coolers, like a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. So we have ways to manage it. And over on that left bench, once again, that's where we've preheated the cane and just picked it up. I know this happens so fast. And just like that, we now have striping on the outside of this solid white background. So the goal from here, you'll see on these beads that we're passing around, we have these sort of spiraling stripe patterns on the bead, and that's going to be this pattern that we're creating right now. So eventually this is going to be twisted so we have spirals of color instead of just stripes of color. And the reason we're rolling the glass on the marmer right now, by the way, is mostly just to smooth and push those lines back down. We want it to be conforming to the bubble. And we are using a pipe cooler right now. We have one on either side of the hot shop. No, there's not a significant difference between the glory holes temperatures. We just will work at one bench versus the other depending on what we're doing. So in this case, we picked up the cane over there, and then we just used the table closest to the cane. And then we usually do most of the work at the center bench. So we'll do all the shaping there and blowing it out a little bit there. So to cool the pieces, we actually have to cool them very purposefully and very slowly. And that way we're preventing thermal shock. Yeah, thermal shock can happen if you heat up the glass too quickly or if you cool it too quickly. And that's why we have the annealers, those large black boxes on either side of our room. And these boxes in the front we use as annealers frequently as well, but we also use them to preheat cold glass up to a healthy temperature as well. So they do have multiple jobs sometimes. And yeah, a really good example of thermal shock that I like to bring up is like YouTube videos of people boiling water and pouring it on their frozen windshields to thaw them, and then it just shatters the windshield. And yeah, that can happen because of thermal shock. Also, at this point, we have already started to twist that glass. You can see it at the center bench there. So imagine this is what we start off with. It's still really big, it's really thick, but eventually this will be kind of stretched out to create a smaller twisted design. And that's the same idea behind creating cane like this as well. We just start with a large piece of colored glass like these right here, and then we just stretch it out into that smaller, almost pencil-shaped piece of glass. And just a little recap or a little reminder, we're trying to recreate these beads that we've been passing around. These are called Lewis and Clark beads. They have two intricate patterns on the surface of the bead, and we're creating one of those patterns now at the center bench. So that spirally or kind of striped pattern you see on that bead is going to come from this piece of glass here. Yeah, so a lot of these designs are actually Venetian beads or Venetian designed pieces of glass, and they kind of got traded hand to hand to hand and eventually ended up in those trades with explorers and Native Americans, and then also were traded between Native Americans themselves apparently as well. And so you'll see a lot of these beads in, I guess, their jewelry and clothing and other designed pieces. Yeah. And where'd the beads end up? I think I saw them passed around to the side somewhere. Oh, okay. Yeah, would you guys mind passing them down to the front? They're behind you, coming over your shoulders. Thank you very much. So the artist is saying that she wants to display all these beads side by side, like with each other, but not necessarily assembled together or assembled onto something. And the specific term for this is called a bead card, but it's almost like you're looking at a catalog of beads, and it's usually probably numbered and lettered based off of the column and the row, and you would almost be able to like select that bead based off of that column and row and then order them in bulk. And so I think that that's also kind of part of the history of trading them, but yeah, that's the way our artist wants to display them. So it'll be on maybe a giant sheet of paper on a wall or something like that. And for anyone who's recently joined in, I just want to give one more little introduction as to who we have here and what we have going on. And could we have Wendy's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. Her name is Wendy Red Star. I do have closed captioning up on the screen, by the way. The screen follows the cameras around. It has closed captioning. You see slideshows like this one pop up there, so definitely check it out. Now, a lot of these beads on display were made over at Pilchuck, a glass school 2 hours north of us in Stanwood, Washington. That's where Wendy was just at. She had a large residency there and made all of these beads on the table here specifically. And then she came down to the museum where she's continuing this series of work. These are what we've made so far on this cart, along with the ones that you'll see inside of the annealer on the left wall. I think it's going to be almost impossible for anyone here to see, but anyone who's over there can kind of see the glimpse of them in the corner. And by the way, you're welcome to walk around the entirety of the hot shop. I think some people don't even realize that this is a walkway up here. Can get a different perspective. And yeah, once again, the point of this series is to study and kind of bring forward again these early trade beads, which started off made in Venice and kind of passed hand to hand through trade, and eventually were traded by explorers in exchanges with native people or even between native people themselves. So we once again are working with another piece of glass. So this is a blown piece of glass that'll turn into a cup of glass. And a lot of you were around for the first part of the process. Remember, we made that white cup and then we stuffed it with solid clear glass, and then we added those stripes of color. No, I know, not everyone, but a lot of you guys were here for that. But we're just going to be creating a cup with kind of this rounded bottom, like this object I'm holding right here. And then what we use these cups for usually is we'll stuff them with even more glass. Sometimes it's solid, and it ends up being a piece of cane, like these sticks of colored glass. Sometimes it's going to be a blown piece of glass, like another bubble stuffed inside of the cup. And then we can blow that out, even out. Man, I'm stumbling over my words. Blow that out even further. And that makes the appearance of the piece being all made from that color and not really having any clear glass inside of it. Also, we have started to use this box right here, so I'll point out this is the garage, and anything we put inside of it is going to be preheated up to or just kept at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is all just to prevent thermal shock. If we were to just set it aside in open air, then the glass would start to crack and break apart. And again, pointing out this tank in the back. This is where we're getting all of our fresh molten glass. It's filled with about up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we gather the glass, because it's so hot, it's kind of the texture of honey, and it acts a lot like honey. If we were to stop turning, the glass would just drip off and onto the floor. And now we have two different things going on at the same time. So Ben is going to continue to blow this bubble up a little bit and shape it, prepare it. And over on the left bench, or up on the screen, we're working with this bubble of glass that has now been opened up. And we're opening it up fully into that cup shape I showed off earlier. So this bubble at the center bench, we've blown it out a little bit. We've shaped it into a longer, tapered shape. And we're going to gather one more time over top of this to build up one more bit of mass, but also to kind of superheat the surface of the bubble. And then we'll be stuffing it inside of that cup that we've been seeing them make over on the left, which that's why we have someone on standby wearing those gloves. So we've gotten one more layer of clear glass. The excess is dumped off into this bucket, which is clear glass only. So eventually we crush this up and use it again by throwing it into the furnace to remelt. And next we break that cup off, place it upright into a heated ring, and then immediately stuff that bubble inside. And you can see how that shape helps it hit the bottom of the cup first, and as we push down, it just slowly fills the cup up from the bottom. So just like that, we now have joined our two pieces of glass together, and we now have a bubble that appears to be all made from that one color because the color is right on the surface. And if anyone would like an example of how this bead is supposed to end up looking in the very end, I do have this string of beads. I did pass it around earlier, but I know some new people have joined here and there, so just raise your hand and let me know if you'd like to see these, and I will pass them out just to show them off. And once again, these are called Lewis and Clark beads. They have two independent patterns on the surface of the bead. So this Lewis and Clark bead that we're making is going to have a turquoise color bead base, basically, and then we're going to have those two patterns over top. I'd like to give the chance again for you guys to see the pattern. Yeah, so once again, these are called Lewis and Clark beads, and this is the pattern that they're going for. And they've still been kind of debating and determining how they're going to create these exact patterns because, oh, you don't have to worry about passing it around too much. I think a lot of people saw it earlier, but yeah, this is the pattern we're going for. It's kind of hard to take things from flame working and translate them into blown glass and vice versa. They're just very different techniques, very different scales. So we'll see how this turns out. We've already created some of the patterned glass. Before you guys came in, we created that spiral patterned glass, the red, white, and green striping. And that's sitting aside in the silver box right here called the garage. So we'll just pull that out when we're ready, and then we can wrap it around the bubble. Yeah, it'll be hollow all the way through, and it'll have two open ends. And that's also kind of hard to do in class. Exactly, yeah. Oh, these are also beads. It's just a lot of these pieces of glass have these excess clear bits still attached to them. But this is something that's cut, ground, and polished off later on. And that process is called cold working. Frequently, we need to cold work pieces almost no matter what they are. It could be sculptural, could be blown. And it's just a process that, sadly, you guys don't get to see. Yeah, we have an entire cold shop here at the museum. It's just kind of hiding around the corner. So we just brought that bit of glass over. Once again, this is something we prepared earlier, where we took all of these sticks of color and applied them to a white solid piece of glass and then kind of stretched and twisted everything out. And by the way, when we do this in flame working, we usually have a small strand of that twisted color. It's called a stringer that we apply to the surface of the piece. In this case, this is more of a wrap. Can I have the beads so I can... Yeah, you can pass them either back down or bring them to the front. Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone has a chance to see them. I don't think that they're going for a specific number. If anything, they're trying to make each individual bead different. But we did make quite a few. We made 3 of the same bead earlier, which you can actually see scraps of on the ground there. Those all came from those beads. They were shaped a lot like the red one on the metal table here, where it has a barrel bead shape. And then they had these stick straight stripes of light pink as well. So they will recreate some, but I think it's more so using up the materials rather than they need to make a certain amount. I wish. That would be so cool. But I think the way that the artist said is going to display them is there's something called bead cards. And it's almost like, I've been comparing it to a catalog. You would have the beads side by side, and I think it would be numbered or lettered by row and column. And if you were looking at that catalog in the past, you'd be choosing a bead off of it and ordering a bulk of them. But in this case, it's just going to be artistically displayed in that manner as if you're looking at a bead card. And so this is how they're creating the second pattern on the bead. They've brought over a bit of color and they're just going to cut off small dots of it. Once again, the next pattern is feathered glass. So that's when they have either dots or lines of color and they drag a tool through it to push and move those colors around. It usually creates a feathered pattern in the glass because of that. And now we're seeing our third source of heat when it comes to these pieces of glass. So once again, we have the glory hole, which is that large open face furnace we use to reheat the glass. It sits at about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Same thing with this fluffy torch in the back, that larger flame. We click a button, basically, or push a lever, and it pushes even more gas out, creating a bigger flame. And then there's that small flame, which can be used for sculpting or smaller details like we're seeing right now. So in this case, we didn't want to heat up the entire bubble, otherwise the entire thing would be moving around like crazy. So just heat up a small section at a time. And it looks like they've made kind of an impromptu raking tool to rake through the glass. And once again, this is going to feather the glass, kind of push it around a certain way. So this small torch is actually running off of propane and oxygen. And everything else is natural gas. Isn't this so satisfying to watch? And once again, welcome to anyone who has recently joined us in the hot shop. Wanted to introduce that we have a visiting artist here. Her name is Wendy Redstar, and she's the one in the front in the blue shirt. Everyone else is part of our resident hot shop team, and they'll help visiting artists that come through like today. And today we're seeing these large-scale beads made. We have a ton of these out on display on either side of me in the front of the hot shop. And these are all based off of early trade beads, so some very historical beads used by explorers in exchange with native people. And these beads originated, most of them, in Venice, Italy. And so a lot of the designs are Venetian, and of course we've upscaled them quite a bit. And this piece that we're seeing now is a Lewis and Clark bead. It has two intricate patterns on the surface of the piece using basically a twisted cane, which created that sort of spiraling pattern. And then we also have these individual little bits of white glass that we're attaching and then raking a tool through to create this extra pattern as well. Yeah, these are really intricate, complex beads. Oh, and could we have Wendy's slideshow up on the screen again, please? Thank you. So I wanted to show off our visiting artist slideshow. This will show off some previous works that have been made, as well as some inspiration photos, such as those historical beads themselves right here. And once again, Wendy was just up at Pilchuck. We have kind of a partnership with them. They'll send down some of their resident artists, and they'll continue to make their work and work on their series here at the Museum of Glass. So Wendy's just come down from Pilchuck. All the beads on this table specifically were made there. Thank you. Yeah, the center bench, we're continuously just keeping this piece of glass warm. And we're using this smaller handheld torch, which is the hottest item in the hot shop, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Super impressive heat compared to the glass when it's completely molten to the texture of honey is only at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. We're using that small torch to heat up just a small section of glass at a time, so we're not altering the overall shape. And then we're dragging our raking tool through the glass. And the idea behind rolling the glass on the marver is mostly just to push and smooth that design back out, making the bubble flush and even again. And we will blow this out a little bit more. These beads are pretty thick, like the walls are pretty thick, but they are still hollow all the way through. And of course open-ended on both sides. And that's one of the trickier parts, is making sure it's open-ended on both sides. So now we blow this up while Ben guides the bubble using this stack of newspaper here. And now you see us use the fluffy torch. So once again, we use this torch to heat up just a general section of the glass, especially towards the pipe or the back end of the piece. This area just tends to be the coldest because the pipe pulls heat out, but it also is the last thing going into the glory hole and the first thing coming out when we heat up the glass. And since there's some youth in the audience here and there, I want to share a couple of different things that I think would interest you guys, or anyone who knows any youth, pay attention. But if you are 12 and under, you can participate in something called Kids Design Glass, which is a program here at the museum where kids can submit a design, and it has a chance to turn into a piece of glass. And basically when that happens is they make 2 pieces of glass. One of them goes home with the family, one of them stays here at the museum. And they do it once a month. So they make a ton of these pieces of glass. And then, worry not, 'cause if you're 12 and older, you have an even better chance. You have the chance to blow glass yourself. And there's a program here in Tacoma called Hilltop Artists. I started when I was 15, where you can blow glass for free. And there's all sorts of programs inside of that. There's after school clubs, there's electives during the day, summer programs, all sorts of things. So definitely look into those if you're interested. I like to share about those quite frequently, and then you guys have a chance to partake in some glass making. Also, we have just opened up the end of this piece, or the end of the bubble. Once again, we have to make this open-ended on both sides, so we section the bubble off. When we break off that section, it reveals a small opening. And eventually, once we finish off this entire half of the bead furthest away from the pipe, we'll attach another pipe and then break it off of this pipe that it's on right now. And then we can finish off the opposite side. So we just work on this section by section. So we've opened up the end a little bit using the jacks, those 2 metal blades. And we've flattened the end a bit as well using a wooden paddle. And since this is the first bead that we've made of specifically the Lewis and Clark beads, they're probably just checking in with the artists and checking in with each other, seeing if there's something that needs to be changed before they move on. So it depends on what we're making. Whenever we have a visiting artist residency like this week, they get to decide what happens to their artwork. It could be sold, it could be put into a museum, it could be in like a traveling art show, or they could just take it home and do nothing with it. So I think the goal for these pieces, our visiting artist really wants to display them. So we should see them on display somewhere eventually. They don't have an exact destination yet. So now we're just balancing heat out. We're heating up the cold areas of the glass in that area where the glass is connected to the pipe. In the meantime, over on the left bench, Sarah's preparing a pipe with some clear glass on the end that'll be attached over the opening that we've just created. And I'll point out again where we are attaching this pipe on the bead. There's going to be a bit of clear glass left over. You can see that connection point on all of these different pieces of glass. This is something that has to be cold worked off of the piece later on, so cutting, grinding, polishing, whatever they need to do. And that's going to complete the look of the bead. So even when we're done in the hot shop, we're still not quite done with the piece. So now we've just brought over that second pipe. And once again, this has a clear connection on the end. It's kind of shaped like a crown that we're attaching over the opening of the piece. Because our goal is not really to completely block the opening off or anything. We want to be able to grind this away easily later on. And now we break the piece off from its original pipe. Using a little bit of water, we can shock or crack the glass right at that connection. And then a tap of the pipe, and that piece pops right off. So because of this, we have essentially flipped the orientation of the piece, as you'll notice. And now we can start working on the opposite end of the bead and kind of mirror it to the first side they created. And once again, this is the first large-scale bead that they've created with this specific design pattern. So same process as that first end. They've kind of sectioned the glass off. The reason we have sectioned the glass off this time is we're mostly just getting rid of some excess glass and any unevenness that came with that initial break off of that pipe. So this should leave us with a small but even opening we can go inside of and open it back up to that size we want. And what's cool, when we break off these small pieces of glass and they change color when they cool down, that kind of shows us what the final piece is going to look like. So you could see how bright that blue-green color is going to end up being. So actually, everything is turned off when we're done except for the glass furnaces. The glass furnaces. Yeah, the ones that hold the glass inside of them, the tanks with the closed doors, those ones are on 24/7, no matter what. Yeah, just natural gas. And the reason we keep them on, they are filled with molten glass, right? And they're in a giant ceramic crucible. And if the glass were to cool down, it can actually break that ceramic crucible it's sitting inside of. And on top of that, we just want it to be the same consistency and temperature throughout for the next day. Just the ones with the closed doors specifically. So the ones with the kind of handles on them and all that. Yeah, we only have 2 of them, but they can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each. Yeah, and if you're curious, we usually only use one at a time. The other one's sometimes charging with new glass, or it might be a little bit low and needs to be charged. So we're using the one on the right today. And we're using these wooden paddles for a couple different reasons. We use them to flatten or even out the glass, but we also use them to shield the artist's hand and arm from that radiant heat coming off of the piece. Yeah, we have a constant balance of heat no matter what part of the process we're in. Because if it's too hot, yeah, it will just slump, it'll move, it'll lose shape. And if it's too cold, it'll crack or break from thermal shock. So it's always just kind of at an in-between temperature. It's moving very slowly right now. So she's getting ready to pick up the piece of glass off the end of the pipe and put it away. And when we put it away, we have to lean into this box that's about it's about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And leaning into that box can singe off your arm hair, your eyebrows. So to avoid that, we put on all of this protection. And now it looks like we are breaking this piece off to put it away. Just a simple tap of the pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that bead. Thank you, guys. So this has gone inside of the annealer. Once again, this box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And when we're done for the day completely, we'll press a button and everything inside of there will slowly cool down overnight. And that whole process, once again, is called annealing. It's the longest part of the process. It's just to prevent thermal shock. Yeah, have a good day. So we have an hour left. I assume they'll make one more bead. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. I think you guys came in just after we finished our piece, but we're going to start another one. So today we have visiting artist Wendy Red Star in the hot shop. And she's temporarily disappeared, but we have her slideshow up on the screen showing off some of her previously made artwork. And I want to point out that we have a ton of her pieces on display just on this front table and on this cart right here on either side of me. So these are oversized beads. That's one of the beads that we just finished. That one had some really crazy patterning. It was called a Lewis and Clark bead. And all these beads are based off of early trade beads, so very historical beads used in trading and exchanges with Native people, whether it was between Native people or between explorers and Native people. And I'm actually not sure the exact bead that we'll see next. But we already have our color out. We're starting to work with it over on the left bench. Yeah, so once again, these are called Lewis and Clark beads, and they have two different patterns on the surface of the bead. There's that twisted kind of spiral of color, and then we have the feathering in the glass. Yeah, our artist brought these in as kind of an example, and these are just replicas of kind of the original historic beads, but very accurate to what we're making. And the one that we made just a moment ago, they started with this really light blue kind of turquoise color that you see on the floor down there. And then we added on those details. The striping is red, white, and green. And then the feathering is just white, accurate to the bead. All right, so for those who just joined in, first of all, welcome into the Hot Shop. And I just want to give you all an introduction as to what we have going on. So today we have visiting artist Wendy Redstar, and we are going to be making some of these large or oversized beads that we're seeing in the front. And she has brought forward this project along with tons of strands of these historical beads or based off of historical beads. This is the specific design that we're making right now called a Lewis and Clark bead. And it's going to have a turquoise body overall. The striping is going to be red, white, and green. And then the feathering is going to be white. And I can actually show these off for anyone that hasn't seen them yet. Gotten permission to pass them around. Just make sure they come back. Yeah, I know, not the perfect system. Thanks for making things work. But this is the Lewis and Clark bead, and we made one of these just moments ago, really, and this will be our second one that we're working on. It's really hard to transfer a design from this small scale to such a large scale in the hot shop like we're seeing today. So they're having to rethink how to make them and what techniques to use. And it looks like they've got it down pretty solidly already. Huh? So up on the screen we have a view of the left bench. We're starting to blow this bubble up. And this is the turquoise that we're working with. I know it doesn't look very turquoise right now, but all of this orange glow is coming off of the glass from all that heat. It's just so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. And at the same time, Ben is preparing a bubble at the center bench. And this is just going to be clear glass. And eventually this bubble will be stuffed inside of this bubble over on the left. And the way that that works is they basically just create a cup that has a rounded bottom to it, such as the one I'm holding here. And then they're able to easily stuff that bubble inside, and it just conforms to the shape of the cup. Yeah, we use a surprising amount of wooden tools. We use this wooden spoon-shaped tool that Ben was using a second ago to kind of smooth and even and round the glass out. But we also use wooden paddles to flatten the glass and to shield the artist's arm from radiant heat. And we also use corkwood to kind of flatten and squish the glass. We use wooden molds every once in a while, which is especially surprising because they burn up so quickly. Yeah, so glass blowing is done in teams very, very frequently, more frequently than not. It's actually pretty hard to blow glass by yourself because you need to have someone blowing into the end of the pipe. You need to be working on the glass, and then sometimes you even need to apply pressure to two different parts of the glass at the same time, such as when you're making the bottom of a cup. You have kind of this nice 90-degree angle here, so you apply pressure to the side and the bottom at the same time. Otherwise, you push from one side and then the glass just kind of goes out the other. It's just a little bit tricky. So usually you'll see teams of 3 or 4 people per bench, but since these guys are working on individual components that have to come together, they're having to split up and use 2 benches today. So we're getting pretty close. Ben has just gathered one more layer of clear. Let this drip off into a bucket. This bucket is all clear glass only, specifically. So eventually we'll break it up and throw it back into the furnace, completely reusing it and melting it down again. And that is the last layer of clear that we're going to need for stuffing it inside of that cup, which it looks like we're getting ready to break off of the pipe already. This does happen relatively quickly, so keep an eye on the screen as we knock this cup off and set it upright into a heated ring on the floor. Oh, are we not going to get a view of this? That would be very sad. I guess we're not going to get a view. Oh, there we go. Yes. Okay, perfect. So we're stuffing that bubble inside of the cup. You can honestly see the glowing line kind of travel up the cup, which is very satisfying. That's where it's touching the wall on the inside. And just like that, we have joined our two pieces of glass together. And once again, the idea, the goal of doing this is to make the piece appear like it's all made from that one color, but really it's just one small layer of color very close to or on the surface of the piece. Just like all of these pieces here, the black surface, the blue surface. And now that we have our cup attached to the bubble, we're going to start heating it and rolling it on the marver, which is the metal table. We have these throughout the hot shop. And we just use them to shape the glass, sometimes to cool the glass even. But we're just trying to conform that cup to the side of the bubble. So on the left bench, we have this wrap that we made earlier. And once again, this has a spiral of 3 different colors. It has an overall white color, and then it has stripes of red and green all spiraling around. So this will be brought over and attached to the bubble and wrapped around to create a very specific patterning in the glass, which once again, if you haven't seen these beads, I can show them off. It has the exact patterning on them. We're trying to replicate these, and these are called Lewis and Clark beads. So yeah, feel free if you want to look at these, just let me know. I can easily pass them out. So we have wrapped that patterned color around. We're heating this up and rolling it on the marber again to just smooth and flatten that design back out. And we do, once again, have one more design aspect to add to this bead. We have these white bits of color that will be attached, and then a rake will be pulled through them to kind of twist or feather those colors, alter them. Yeah, these colors, they act so differently in the hot shop, but I just want to point out again, underneath, right where they're working, there are all these little broken pieces of blue glass, and that's exactly the color that we'll see as the end result. Would you guys like a little introduction as to what's going on? Yeah. So, today we have visiting artist Wendy Redstar, and she's not on the floor at the moment, but everyone else you see, they are our full-time kind of resident hot shop team, and they help visiting artists like Wendy bring their visions to life. So today we've been making a lot of these large-scale beads. And we actually have a ton of these beads on display on either side of me in the front. The one that we're making right now is specifically called the Lewis and Clark bead, which we have some examples of right here. If you guys would like a closer look, you're welcome to. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. Yeah, so we finished the one you saw us working on earlier then. Yeah. And any pieces we finish, they go inside of the annealer, which we have 2 on our walls. We're just using the one on the right specifically. Yeah, exactly. They have to cool at a certain rate depending on the thickness of the glass, and that's just to prevent thermal shock. And the slower you cool them, I think the longer they last. Glass can technically break years and years and years after it's made due to stress built up in the glass. It's really interesting. There's a lot of physics behind everything in the hot shop. Did you guys see any of the patterning earlier? Yeah? Did you see all the patterning? Okay. Well, darn, I have nothing new to show you. Yeah, you get to see the satisfying part. So each time we place these dots, we're rolling them on the marver. I think the idea, more than just smoothing it out this time, is more so to widen the dots by pushing them down. And that gives us a little bit of a better feathered pattern. Earlier they had a little bit of sort of smearing going on, it looked like. And now that they've been pressing them into the surface first, they're getting much crisper shapes. Also, just to mention again about this torch, we're using this small handheld torch to heat up sections of glass at a time. That way we avoid altering the shape of the entire piece overall, or, you know, things falling off center, melting other lines that we don't want to melt. But this small torch can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a really impressive amount of heat. It's the hottest item in the hot shop. Yeah, once we get all the patterning in this bubble, then we can start to open up the ends of it and turn it into our bead. Now this is creating a little bit of a physical texture in the surface of the piece. Like we'll probably have little valleys right where we've dragged that tool through the glass. So we'll take this entire thing, heat it up, and start to roll it on the marver again, that large metal table, kind of smooth everything out. And then we'll be getting to the point where we can actually turn it into our bead. And I wanted to share for the newcomers the way that the beads will be displayed. They will be displayed kind of side by side on a bead card, which you could think of as a catalog. The beads will be displayed in probably numbered and lettered rows and columns, almost as if you're looking at them to purchase a single bead in bulk. So you would choose that single bead. And we have a ton of variety here as well. There are hardly any repeats. We've made 2 of these Lewis and Clark beads, and then earlier we made, I guess technically there were 2 kinds, but 3 of the same kind of bead with that pink glass you see on the floor. Man, those ones were gorgeous. Those were the only transparent beads that were made in this entire residency.